Hi guys, it's me, HD, and welcome to the race watch-along for the 2023 Australian Grand Prix. Hope you guys are doing well. Obviously, the race getting underway in a couple hours' time. In my part of the world, it is 4 o'clock in the morning. And yeah, very early in the morning, I have to say, even for me. And yeah, obviously the race coming up, it's fingers crossed going to be a good one. The grid is mixed up. We've got certain cars in positions that are probably a bit too good for them, and certain cars not quite in the positions they should be going into this race. You know, with Perez and the Red Bull at the back, the two Mercedes, second and third. Obviously, I don't think that's quite representative of how quick Mercedes are right now, but still a great performance by them yesterday. Obviously, Alex Albon, 8th on the grid in the Williams. So yeah, we've got definitely some interesting cars in interesting grid positions for this Australian Grand Prix. And I really hope we get an exciting race. Even if it's a similar race to what we had last season at this track, that would be at least good enough, because the race here last year was a decent one. And it was nice and competitive as well. Thankfully, the weather is a lot better. It's a lot warmer. And yeah, hot and sunny pretty much at the Melbourne track, the Albert Park circuit in Melbourne. The F3 and F2 races have already completed for the day. So yeah, just under 2 hours to go until the main event of the morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world, until that gets underway. Yeah, hope all you guys, no matter what time zone you are in and what part of the world you're from, hope you're all doing well, and hopefully you're as excited as me to get this race underway and yeah, just see what could possibly happen. With the Australian Grand Prix, either you get, I would say, an okay race or an absolutely mental race. There's no in-between, really. So, yeah, fingers crossed it's absolutely mental. Maybe similar to, say, 2008, where we only had, I think, like 7 cars actually finish the race. Something like that would be, you know, quite spectacular. But, yeah, like I said, we've got many cars out of position on the grid. And the field quite mixed up compared to what I thought the grid would be, you know, the grid order would be going into this race. So yeah, I hope it will be an interesting one. Just want to say quickly, bear with me, at least in the build-up to the race, because you might be able to hear it in my voice. Yeah, I have not had the best sleep. Once again, I've only had about 4 hours sleep ahead of this race watch-along stream. And yeah, definitely I've not had as much sleep as I would have preferred. But, yeah, I'm still pumped for this race. But, yeah, my voice sounds a bit deeper today, or at least in the build-up to this race than normal. Then again, apologies for that. Hopefully it should get better as we get closer to the race. I also do have a bit of a cold as well. Normally that happens with me when I just wake up way too early when I'm supposed to, I guess. But, yeah, what we're going to be doing in the build-up to the race is the normal stuff. We'll look at the results of qualifying and obviously get into what the starting grid is. Then we'll get into some data from qualifying, such as the sector time data to see what cars and drivers were quick in certain sectors, because it really does give us a good view as to what possibly could happen today. And then also, we'll look at the top speeds and look at the data from that and look to see, really, who is, you know, doing well in the speed traps around here. And I will say, once we get to them, I think you guys will be quite surprised by that data. Because, yeah, there are definitely a couple of surprises in that data. Certainly in, I think, the first 4 positions, there's a couple teams that are, well, doing a lot better with their top speed than we've seen, obviously, so far this season, and then we expected at this particular Grand Prix. So yeah, we'll be looking at that obviously in the build-up in just a moment. And then we will be getting into, after that, the sector time data and speed trap data. I will then get into my full top 10 prediction for the race today. One other thing I need to say is that, because practice so far this weekend was all over the place, really, there wasn't really that many long runs done by a lot of the teams, so there isn't really any long run data to go through from practice 2 or anything. So yeah, we won't be able to get into long run data, unfortunately, because obviously that does help normally give us a indication as to who is going to be quick and who isn't. But my prediction will be, I guess, mostly based on the starting grid and also what the race pace has been generally from the teams so far this season. And yeah, we'll get into that in just a moment. But yeah, great to see all of you guys here, and I hope you're all doing well. And make sure, of course, to smash the like button throughout this, build up to the race. Currently on 13 likes, something like that. Let's try, and by, I don't know, say an hour to go until the race, so another 52, 53 minutes from now, let's try and get those likes up if we can to 30 likes or something, or 40 likes. That would be great. So yeah, if you've not hit the like button yet, make sure to do so. Now I will hide the timer, and let's now get into the results from qualifying. So Max Verstappen starts on pole position, his first ever pole position in Australia. George Russell starts in second, quarter of a second away he was in the end from Max Verstappen. It's also Russell's best ever qualifying in Melbourne, and Russell is 3-0, I'm pretty sure, over Lewis Hamilton in qualifying so far this season, and really has had a great start to 2023. Lewis Hamilton just behind in third. I mean, both Mercedes drivers doing very well. Alonso just behind in P4. Carlos Sainz in 5th, with Lance Stroll in 6th and Charles Leclerc 7th. Ferrari 5th and 7th on the grid. Very poor, to be honest, considering the speed that really I thought they would have in qualifying. But it does seem as though in Q3, the reason they ended up in those positions is because with their anticipation of the rain, they just got things wrong and didn't quite do the runs in Q3 in the correct way, meaning they couldn't get quite the best out of the car. Obviously, they wouldn't have been on pole position or anything, but maybe they would have been, 4th or 3rd Ferrari on the grid, which certainly would have made things even more exciting at the end of qualifying yesterday. But obviously, they're split by the Aston Martin of Stroll, who, to be honest, I thought did a good job for Aston Martin yesterday. And then 8th place, Alex Albon, driver of the day yesterday, without doubt. Under 9/10 of a second away from pole position. Just incredible. And given his heroics here last year and how quick that Williams car is, as long as he doesn't have a bad start, I think he is very, very likely to finish in the points, to be honest. Pierre Gasly qualifies and starts in P9, and Nico Hülkenberg will round out the top 10. And then the rest of the field, it is Esteban Ocon P11 and then Tsunoda P12. I thought Tsunoda did a very good job for AlphaTauri. Norris 13th, Magnussen 14th, De Vries 15th, and then Piastri, Zhou, Sargent, Bottas, and Perez complete the rest of the grid. And yeah, Valtteri Bottas really did not have a good performance yesterday. And obviously, neither did Sergio Perez, who this weekend has, been off the track about 1 million times. And it wasn't really, in the end, that big of a surprise that he, I wouldn't say crashed out of qualifying, but that he ended up, doing what he did, because in practice, he had so many incidents, did Sergio Perez. And yeah, be interesting to see where he finishes up. I don't think, by the way, that Perez is just going to zoom through the field and finish in second. I don't think that's quite as possible at this track. Remember, it is Sergio Perez. It's not like it's Max Verstappen. So yeah, I think Perez will find it a bit harder to come through the field. And maybe if he still hasn't got the confidence in the car that he hasn't really had at all this weekend, maybe he'll have another incident in the race. That is definitely possible. Now, let's get into the sector time data from qualifying. And obviously, we're going to go sector by sector. And we'll go through the team rankings. So in the first sector, Red Bull, the quickest team. No surprise there. Mercedes, though, very impressive speed in the first sector to be quicker than Aston Martin and basically half a tenth away from Red Bull. To be honest, I don't think they could have done any better than that in that first sector. Ferrari, though, yeah, simply not good enough in the first sector. They really needed to be a tenth of a second quicker in that first sector, you know, right there with Mercedes and Aston Martin, but they just weren't. Impressive speed, though, from Hülkenberg in the Haas in that first sector, and also Albon in the Williams. But, yeah, the first sector, I wouldn't say there's any standout sector times, really, to look at here. The first sector is an important sector, but, yeah, there's nothing absolutely standout to see here. And then in the middle sector, though, we have a couple standout times. Obviously, Alex Albon, top of the timesheets in the middle sector. He was the quickest man through the middle sector. Yeah, brilliant, obviously, drive from him yesterday. The Williams car, incredibly quick as well. And that Williams car, I've got to say, is a properly good midfield car. It really, really is. And I think there's a good chance Williams this season, as long as they can develop well, I think there's a good chance they could finish in the top 6 of the championship this year. I really think that, because this Williams car has got a lot of potential in it. It really, really has. And if Albon can score, you know, a couple points today, then, yeah, that'd be great for them in the Constructors' Championship. Red Bull, though, I mean, lapping at a good speed in that middle sector, but the most impressive thing is that Mercedes were pretty much on the same pace as Red Bull in the middle sector. And remember, middle sector here in Melbourne is pretty much flat out, except for one corner. And that one corner, though, is pretty fast. So for Mercedes to be equal through a sector like that is really impressive. And I think Mercedes, and I think George Russell even said it after qualifying, that they got the setup right for qualifying today. And I think in terms of getting the balance right between, you know, having enough grip but not too much drag, I think Mercedes definitely got the balance right, because their car overall was just pretty quick through all of the track. Pierre Gasly, the Alpine, lapping pretty quickly as well. Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari, though, yeah, very disappointing for him to be a tenth of a second slower pretty much than Verstappen. Again, Ferrari should have been about a tenth of a second quicker, at least in the middle sector. And, yeah, just missing a key amount of time there. Alonso and the Aston Martin, only the 7th best team in the middle sector yesterday. Not a surprise, the Aston Martin does struggle with straight line speed. That's really the only reason why Alonso is 4th on the grid. If there was a lot more corners at this track, and if we were racing on the old Albert Park layout, I think Alonso would be 2nd on the grid for the race today. But yeah, the Aston Martin struggling with its top speed, and exactly a tenth of a second slower than the Mercedes team. And other than that, there's not really much else to say about, you know, McLaren, Alfa Romeo, AlphaTauri. Alfa Romeo, I mean, were just shit slow through the entire of qualifying in all of the sectors. So it doesn't really matter what they were doing, because they were just slow no matter what. No real surprise, Lando Norris was, you know, pretty slow, I guess you could say, in that middle sector. 0.3 of a second slower than the Williams, but it's not really a surprise, is it? But for them to only be a quarter of a second away from Alpine is a tad better in that middle sector than I expected. So they definitely weren't as bad in the middle sector, McLaren. And as we'll get onto in a moment with the final sector, I definitely think, compared to Friday, McLaren trimmed a bit of downforce off the car and definitely cut some drag off because, their final sector time, as you can see here, wasn't quite as competitive as what we saw on Friday. So, McLaren trying to get that balance right and maybe not getting it absolutely as right as what Mercedes got it like. But Red Bull, the quickest team in the final sector. Ferrari lapping very well in that final sector, even better actually than I expected. But again, the first and middle sector is really where it fell apart for the Ferrari team yesterday. If they were just a tenth quicker in the first sector, a tenth quicker in the middle sector, then maybe, like I said a moment ago, they could have been fourth or third on the grid, which would still be a decent position for the Ferrari team. Gotta say, though, Haas F1, very impressive in that final sector for them to be, just quicker than the Mercedes and be mixing it, really, with the Mercedes and the Aston Martin in that sector. And it does show that Haas car is fundamentally a very good car. And we'll see, of course, how they get on today. Mercedes, I think because they had to cut a bit of downforce off, you have that better top speed. That's why they were losing a bit of time to Red Bull in the final sector, a tenth and a half. Aston Martin, I think, in the final sector were disappointing, to be honest. If you consider Ferrari were only half a tenth away from the Red Bull of Verstappen, Aston Martin definitely should have been a bit quicker in this final sector. And Alonso wasn't... Oh, sorry. I just bit the inside of my mouth there. That hurt. What do you call it? Yeah, Alonso in the Aston Martin wasn't even the quickest Aston Martin driver in the final sector. It was Lance Stroll. So there was definitely more potential in that Aston Martin than what was shown in qualifying yesterday. And really, in this final sector, I think Aston Martin would have been probably, or should have been rather, at least a tenth of a second quicker, if not a tenth and a half quicker in the final sector. So I think the Aston Martin car is definitely, compared to what we saw in qualifying yesterday, I think it's definitely better than what we saw yesterday. And I definitely think that obviously they'll be better today compared to how they were yesterday with their pure pace. And most likely, I think Aston Martin will have the second best car today. The issue is for them, Mercedes, their main rival at the minute, has track position. And that's what they've got to try and work on, I guess, getting rid of, is that, good track position that Mercedes have for the race. Of course, thankfully, Aston Martin have two drivers very good at the starts of races, so maybe they can unseat Mercedes a bit at the very start of the race. But Aston Martin are definitely going to be quicker today, and like I said, I think they'll be quicker than Mercedes in the race with their pure pace. Red Bull, obviously, they'll still be the quickest team today. I don't think there's any doubt really about that. Ferrari, I don't think their pace was necessarily that bad in qualifying yesterday. I think the main issue was because of, or the main issue from yesterday was the way they operated in Q3 and how, with their run plan, they just got it so wrong. And that's why they're 5th and 7th on the grid, when on pure pace, they should probably have both cars arguably in the top 5 on the grid, given the potential I think the car had yesterday in qualifying. So definitely not a good result for the Ferrari team, and I think they'll definitely be the 4th best team today in Australia. looking into the midfield, though, Alpine, a tenth of a second quicker than McLaren. That's good speed from Alpine because, after Friday, McLaren looked like they were on another planet compared to Alpine in the final sector. And then, Norris, P7, obviously. Alex Albon in the Williams, got to say, doing really well in that final sector to be pretty much lapping around the same speed as the McLaren and only be a tenth and a half slower than the Alpine in the final sector, where really a lot of the corners, important corners, are at this track. So, the Williams, overall, I think we have to say, is just a good car. I mean, obviously, at a circuit like this where it's very high speed, especially in the first two sectors, it really does help the Williams car. But I think fundamentally, their car is more than just being a rocket ship in a straight line like it was, obviously, last season. I think they've got a bit more there this year. And we've seen so far this season, their race pace has been pretty good. They've got a good amount of downforce on the car. And it's a good car, I think, the Williams. I really think it is a good car. And I would say at the minute, in 2023, I think the Williams car is probably better than the McLaren car. Obviously, McLaren going to bring some, hopefully, big upgrades to the next race in Baku that will maybe reverse that. But Williams, I think, definitely, at the minute, are faster than McLaren. I don't think there's really that much doubt about it at the minute. And then, the two slowest teams right now, without a doubt, are AlphaTauri and Alfa Romeo. And I've got to say, I really don't understand why Alfa Romeo was so slow yesterday. I don't know if they've got some sort of tyre temperature issue. Maybe that's why they were so slow. Or if these new upgrades really unsettled the car. The new upgrades being, I think, differences to the wing elements on the front wing and a longer nose cone. I don't know, again, if that upset the balance. But, Alfa Romeo was so slow yesterday in qualifying. But in terms of the pecking order for the race, in terms of race pace, I think Red Bull are the quickest team for sure. I think they'll win the race pretty comfortably with Max Verstappen. And then Aston Martin should be the second best team with pure race pace, followed closely by Mercedes, then Ferrari, and then fifth, I think in terms of pure race pace, it's probably going to be Alpine as the fifth best team, with probably Williams sixth, and then seventh. I'm not sure, to be honest, who I'd go in seventh. Maybe I think it'd have to go with Haas F1, to be honest, ahead of McLaren. Even though, Haas, we know that their race pace at times can leave a lot to be desired. They were a lot faster yesterday in qualifying than McLaren were, and because of their much better straight line speed compared to the McLaren team, that will definitely help them quite a bit in the race today. I'd probably go Haas, the seventh best team for the race, and then McLaren 8th, AlphaTauri 9th, Alfa Romeo 10th. I think that's probably, in terms, like I said, of pure race pace, what the field is looking like going into the race. Let me know in the chat whether you agree or disagree with that. But before I get on to my final predictions for the race, let's get into the best top speeds by team. And these are the team rankings for the main speed trap. This main speed trap, by the way, is the one right before the fast turn 9 and 10 chicane, which is at it's at the end of the middle sector, and it's also at the end of the third DRS zone. I'm pretty sure this is where that DRS, or not DRS zone, this is where this speed trap is located. And Red Bull, the best team. Not really a massive surprise, but I guess, where Ferrari are, say, in comparison to them, is a bit of a surprise. 5.5 kilometers an hour slower in the main speed trap. And Red Bull just proving, I think, with this data right here why they clearly have the best car, because not only have they got the most amount of downforce, they've also got the best, or one of the best, top speeds on the grid. Alex Albon in the Williams, no surprise, he's very quick, but look at the Mercedes and the McLaren up there as the third and fourth best teams in the speed trap. And again, the reason they're in that position is because they had to, obviously, to be a bit more competitive, they had to cut some drag off the car, and that's why they were right up there. And that's why you saw in the middle sector a moment ago, Mercedes as quick as Red Bull, and McLaren weren't as slow compared to, say, a couple of the midfield teams ahead of them in the middle sector than they would have been normally had they kept their normal downforce level. So yeah, Mercedes and McLaren definitely cutting some drag off their car. I don't think it's because the Mercedes power unit is suddenly performing, because yeah, obviously no development allowed to the power units until the end of 2025. Haas, yeah, doing a good top speed, so are Alpine, and yeah, Ferrari 5.5 kilometers an hour down. I think we saw this from Ferrari in Saudi Arabia, where despite us expecting them to have a good top speed and for them to be competing with Red Bull in that aspect, in Saudi Arabia, I think they were also like 4 or 5 kilometers an hour down in the main speed trap. And I think, to be honest, what has happened, and I will admit, I don't have great evidence or really any evidence for this at all. This is just a feeling I have. I need to make sure I clarify that. I think, because in Bahrain, we saw Ferrari were the quickest team in the main speed trap, and were at least right there with their top speed with Red Bull. I think because of reliability issues, I think Ferrari have had to go back to what they were doing with their engine. In the second half of 2022, they're having to run it in a bit more of a conservative way so they don't blow up. I think that's why they're now slower than Red Bull in the speed traps, and that's why they are the 7th best team in the main speed trap, because I think when that engine is ran at absolute full capacity with no margin left, I think Ferrari are still as quick with their power unit, top speed, whatever you want to call it, as Red Bull are. But I think because, again, of reliability issues, I think Ferrari are probably having to run it a bit more conservatively so they don't blow up. Of course, with it being hotter today, that is a risk of, there is a risk that maybe that could happen again. The Aston Martin, you can clearly see, why they were struggling yesterday in that middle sector, and really why they ended up 4th and 6th on the grid, where maybe they could have done a bit better. Obviously, 2 kilometers an hour slower than the Mercedes Works team in the main speed trap, and 6 kilometers an hour slower than the Red Bull, and that is really the only issue at Aston Martin. Other than that, Aston Martin have got a very good car. There's no real doubt about it. So yeah, Aston Martin. I don't think there's, if you're an Aston Martin fan or a Fernando Alonso fan, Lance Stroll fan, I don't think there's that much to be concerned about with this car, other than the straight line speed is just lacking. I mean, we saw it last year. Aston Martin, a lot of times in 2022, were at the bottom of the speed trap in qualifying. But that necessarily did not, hold them back from having plenty of points finishes in the 2022 Formula One season, when they were obviously quite a bit slower. So, yeah, Aston Martin, I think once we get to a track where top speed won't matter really that much at all, which, I mean, Imola, maybe you could say that's a track where it doesn't really matter, even though the first sector is pretty high speed. I think definitely, once we get to Monaco and Barcelona, I think Aston Martin will properly show what the max potential is of their car at a track that, more so suits their car than the circuits we've been to so far. And of course, by the time we get to Imola, Aston Martin should have brought a couple of upgrades to the car that maybe have addressed the issue of drag on this Aston Martin. The AlphaTauri, pretty slow in the top speed. Again, like I said back in Saudi Arabia, I don't understand why. The AlphaTauri seemingly just aerodynamically is not very efficient. And yeah, also the Alfa Romeo, I don't understand why they are so slow either. Same power unit as Ferrari and Haas, yet they are, 4 to 5 kilometers an hour slower. And Alfa Romeo in pretty much everything yesterday were really just shit slow. So yeah, I don't get why Alfa Romeo was so poor yesterday. I mean, I didn't think they'd be great, but I didn't think they would be as terrible as they were. And they really were quite terrible. But anyway, let me now get into, guys, my predictions for the race today. And I'm going to go through my final predicted top 10. So Max Verstappen, I think, will win the race, and I've gone for the predicted gaps, by the way, as well. Those predicted gaps are if there is no safety car or red flag or virtual safety car. Those are the gaps I think it'll be through the top 10. And yeah, Russell, I think, will finish in second, half a minute behind, with Fernando Alonso very hot on his tail, but just unable, with the lack of top speed of the Aston Martin, to really do anything about the Brit. Lewis Hamilton will finish in fourth. I think Alonso, the reason he beats Hamilton today is because I think Fernando will get ahead of Lewis on the first lap. Really, the first lap is the key for Aston Martin if they are to get a podium yet again today and get a third podium in a row. Lance Stroll will obviously beat the two Ferraris because the Aston Martin will be quite a bit quicker, and I think he'll finish in P5. Perez, after a bit of a slugfest coming through the field and a bit of a slugfest probably with the two Ferraris, he will eventually come through to finish in P6. And yeah, Perez really, I think, is going to be praying for a safety car or something like that, because, or even a virtual safety car, because, yeah, I don't see him realistically getting into, definitely not the top 4, and really the top 5, I think, is quite too far for Perez to go. Ferrari, yeah, 7th and 8th, that's where I think they'll be. Obviously, that'd be a poor result for them, but, you know, because of their poor group position, that's where they'll be. And then Alex Albon, I'm going in 9th. The reason I've got him in 9th is because the Williams car is genuinely quick right now, and their race pace this season's been pretty good. And the Williams car, even if it's slower than the Alpine, which it very well could be today, overall for the entire track, the Williams will be too hard to overtake for the Alpine, given how much of a rocket ship the Williams car is. Yeah, Albon will finish in 9th, and Pierre Gasly will finish in P10, and Albon and Gasly, I think, will finish a lap down on the race winner, Max Verstappen. But let me quickly, actually, before I do, go back to my main show and go back to all those graphics and get into the teams and go through in a bit more detail why I think they'll end up finishing the positions I predicted them to finish in. Just want to say quickly, don't forget, guys, to subscribe for more content like this, because, of course, I do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix in 2023, and I'll be doing so for the next Grand Prix in Baku. But these are the next couple pieces of content coming your way on the channel. Of course, tomorrow night at 8 PM UK time, I will be doing a review of the big talking points from the Australian Grand Prix weekend. And then there'll probably be a video recorded from that stream that will come out the day after. And then I'll be live on Friday, the 7th of April, obviously this coming Friday, Good Friday, here in the UK. Again, live at 8 PM UK time. And just so you know, because obviously the next Grand Prix after today is not until the final weekend of April, which is like 4 weeks away, I've still got plenty of content coming between now and that Grand Prix getting underway. So don't think I'm going to be just going away for 3 weeks or anything. There is still going to be like 2 or 3 live streams and then videos coming out of those streams as well. So yeah, make sure to subscribe for more content like this. Let me just quickly get back on screen how much time we have to go until the race begins. And yeah, I think it's about that, hour and 25 minutes to go until the race starts in Melbourne. And I can see at the minute we are on 23 likes. Let's try and get up to, I don't know, 30 or even 40 likes by the time we get, say, an hour from now, which would be obviously 25 minutes to go before the race. So yeah, make sure to smash the like button if you have not already. And again, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. But before I, before I get into the rest of the stream and obviously get into the team build-up, just going to have quickly a drink because, of course, it's going to be a bit of a long stream today. Going to be live for another possibly 4 hours. Let me just quickly have a bit of a drink, and I'll be back with you guys in a second. And one thing I'll do quickly, and by the way, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you in the chat. Hope you're all doing well. One thing I will do before I move on and start talking about the teams in more detail is, what do you call it? I'm going to do a poll quickly in the chat. We'll just quickly do it. Who will most likely be the podium? And yeah, the question I'm going to ask you guys in the chat will be who will most likely be on the podium today for the Australian Grand Prix. And the options I'm going to go for will be Russell, obviously, who is starting second, with Hamilton third, Alonso fourth. So I'll have those as options for who could likely be on the podium today. And the final option I'll go for is Sergio Perez. So yeah, let me know, who do you think most likely will be on the podium today? Obviously, if Perez can't get the podium, let me rephrase that. Basically, what I'm looking out for with that poll is to see, because obviously Max Verstappen, I think we can all agree, Max Verstappen is going to win the race today, unless he has a massively poor race for whatever reason. You know, the fight for second and third is going to be very close and very interesting. So what I want to hear and see from you guys is, who do you think most likely finishes second and third today and completes the rest of the podium? So yeah, let me know in that poll. My prediction is that, again, it'll be Russell second and Alonso third. So I guess you could say the most likely to be on the podium is Russell, followed by Alonso, if that makes any sense. So yeah, let me know in the poll in the chat whether you agree or disagree with that. But anyway, let's now, or in a second, we'll just get into the teams. Just getting my television turned on, obviously, to get tuned in to the coverage. But anyway, let's get into the teams now, and we'll start with Red Bull Racing. Max Verstappen, obviously starting on pole position. Sergio Perez, obviously the man on screen at the minute. Yeah, Max Verstappen starting on pole. Yeah, Verstappen is going to win the race today, unless he has a horror show start. I think Verstappen wins very comfortably, and like I predicted with my with my prediction and my predicted gap, I think he will win by about half a minute. I don't think the Red Bull is going to be a second a lap quicker than everybody else. I think they'll be probably about half a second a lap quicker. We have to remember as well, Red Bull's reliability is not bulletproof right now, so they're not going to be pushing as hard as possible out front. So yeah, I think half a second per lap realistically, is how quick they will be compared to the rest. But yeah, as long as Verstappen gets away fine and leads the race at the end of the first lap, Max will win the race 100%, unless, of course, he has a massive reliability issue that causes him to basically retire from the race. Sergio Perez starting last. Obviously, poor weekend, very poor weekend from Perez. There's even been, after his crash, conspiracy theories online that that Red Bull caused his accident, which is again just the most stupid stuff in the world. The conspiracy theories made up by the typical online losers in the let me rephrase it in the best way I can. The typical very small minority of losers in the F1 community, I'll put it that way, that have come up with such a theory. But Perez obviously was all over the place in practice, and like I said earlier, not really a massive surprise that he ended up doing what he did in qualifying, because he looked likely to do that pretty much all the time in throughout the weekend up until that point. Yeah, Sergio Perez starts 20th, and assuming that Perez doesn't fall off the track a million times again today, Sergio Perez obviously definitely will finish in the points. Hopefully his car stays reliable. I think strategically what Red Bull are going to have to do is start him on the harder tyre. And when I mean the harder tyre, I don't mean like the hard tyre. I mean, say, the medium compound tyre. And I think, just run Perez as long into the race as they can. And then once all of the midfield cars have pitted, then Perez can do an overcut and build a good gap if possible to those cars. And then by the time he pits, he should be able to come out ahead of all those cars. And then he hopefully won't be that far behind the two Ferrari cars or even Lance Stroll for, say, 5th, 6th and 7th. And then he can push hard to the end on probably soft compound tyres and then be in a good position for the end of the race. Of course, if there is a safety car or a virtual safety car, that will really help Perez today. And obviously, if he does go super long into the race, if he does, say 35 laps with his first stint, which I think is likely for what Red Bull are going to do with him, then yeah, if there is a safety car or a virtual safety car between, say, lap 15 and lap 35, that would be really good for Sergio Perez. But yeah, that's what I would do with him on strategy. Just run him as long into the race on the medium and then pit him with, 15 to 20 laps to go onto, say, the soft or even the hard tyre. Depends, obviously, on what tyres the other cars are on. But he definitely wants to be on a tyre that will be, obviously quite a bit fresher than other cars out there. And maybe a similar tyre, so his tyre doesn't, suffer from much worse degradation or anything like that. And in terms of strategy today, guys, it should be a one-stop race. I don't think it's going to be a two-stopper. The tyres this weekend compared to last year, I think, are one step harder. So yeah, I don't think we're going to see a two-stop race. I don't think that's going to happen at all. And obviously, with it being a street track and still hard to overtake at this track, there's no real reason to do an extra pit stop, because there's not really a guarantee that you'll be able, with fresher tyres, to really make up the lost time and actually overtake, say, slower cars who have pitted maybe a time less than you. So yeah, should be a one-stop race pretty much for everyone. Obviously, certain cars and teams will differ in when they decide to come in for their first and only pit stop. But yeah, for Sergio Perez, I think he'll go at least 35 laps into the race, maybe even 40 laps into the race. We know the Red Bull really looks after their tyres well. And we know, obviously, Checo looks after his tyres really well as well. So if he can get that far in, set some really good lap times, then Perez, I think, has got a good chance of still a decent amount of points and recovering a decent amount of points from what's been obviously a very poor weekend for him. But yeah, Red Bull, they're going to win. They're going to win today. The only thing they need to really be on top of is any gremlins within the car, such as the gearbox, which obviously we've heard about so far this season. Max has constantly complained about the downshifts on his car. And obviously the drive shaft issue in Saudi Arabia, which, I mean, it's not going to be as big of an issue at this track because you're not riding the curbs as heavily at a track like this as you are in Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, it's not going to be as big of an issue here. But, yeah, that's the only thing really that can stop Red Bull today. They are going to be just simply, I think, too quick for everyone else. Quickly, before we move on to, I think, the biggest fight or the most exciting fight for the race today, let's go through the Ferrari team. Yeah, poor execution in Q3. That's why they are 5th and 7th on the grid. And that's why they're going to finish in a poor position for the race as well. I don't see them finishing in the top 5. I don't think they've got the pace to do so right now. And yeah, I think they're going to finish in P7 and P8. And even Sergio Perez from the very back of the field will still beat the two Ferraris, who will be really slow in the race today. I think Ferrari are probably going to be maybe not every lap on average, but it's going to be this race similar, if you guys remember, to what we had last year, the back end of last year in Mexico, where, if you remember, Ferrari finished 5th and 6th, but they were basically 1 second per lap off the pace with both cars. That's what the race is going to be like today, pretty much. And they're going to be, nowhere near Red Bull and Mercedes. And really, the only car they'll be battling today will be the Aston Martin of Stroll. Maybe Alonso at the start as well, if Ferrari can get a good start to the race. Of course, Carlos Sainz and Charles Leclerc, they are both on the cleaner side of the grid, when Aston Martin on the dirtier side of the grid, which, I mean, it definitely does help on the grid here. Obviously not as much rubber laid down so far this weekend as what could have been because of some rain yesterday and some rain on Friday. But so far today, we've had like 2 or 3 support races. So there is, some good rubber down on the track. So, yeah, going to help the cars, starting, obviously, either on pole or, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and going back in that odd order with the numbers. So, yeah, that will help Ferrari, I guess, at the start, maybe if they want to try and get after Alonso in the Aston Martin. But, yeah, most likely the car they'll be fighting today will be Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll eventually will beat the two Ferraris because the Aston Martin car is going to be simply too quick. And yeah, I just don't see Ferrari getting a positive result today. And I think at this point, Ferrari are destined, because of how bad they are right now, and how Mercedes are pretty clearly faster than them now in Formula 1. And Aston Martin are faster than them. Obviously, Red Bull are in another league, really, compared to Ferrari. I think Ferrari, for this season, are pretty destined to finish in 4th in the championship, which obviously is a poor season. That would be for them. Because obviously last year, 2nd in the championship they were. And yeah, a drop off to 4th would be pretty bad for the Ferrari team. I will say, though, that I know, 5th and 7th on the grid and in qualifying was a poor result for them. But I think it wasn't a true showing, I think, yesterday of what their potential was. Because we have to remember, and no disrespect to Carlos Sainz, but I think you guys will agree with this. I think most people, to be honest, will agree or should agree with this. Charles Leclerc is the better driver at Ferrari, at least when it comes to qualifying situations. And I don't think Leclerc was really given, the greatest chance to deliver a good enough lap in qualifying yesterday. But again, because of Ferrari's a bit of a weird run plan they had, because I think they were anticipating rain more so than the other teams. And, if Leclerc had been ahead of Sainz on, not on the grid necessarily, but just in qualifying, like he was, say, last year, where Leclerc was pretty much, quite a few tenths of a second quicker, then I think Ferrari would have been right in that fight with Mercedes and Aston Martin for the front row, and I don't think Leclerc would have been that far away from Verstappen on pole position. So, I guess what I'm trying to say, to be a bit more positive about the Maranello team, is their qualifying speed is still good. It's not terrible. It's still not as good as maybe what we saw in the first half of last season, but it's still good. I don't think yesterday was a true showing of how quick they genuinely were over a single lap. But, the key, as I've said a few times already this season, because of their poor race pace, the key this season is getting the best grid position they can so they can, protect themselves against the inevitable, or maybe inevitable, in the race. And obviously, 5th and 7th on the grid is definitely not what the potential of the car is. So yeah, just simply not good enough by them. And yeah, 7th and 8th, I think it'll be for the two Ferraris today, with Sainz ahead of Leclerc. And Carlos Sainz will continue to pull away from Charles Leclerc in the championship. But another thing I wanted to get into quickly before we move on to Mercedes and Aston Martin is in typical Ferrari style, typical also Italian media style. The Italian media obviously report a lot and focus a lot on the Ferrari team. No surprise there. We've heard a few days ago, I think it was, that Ferrari are bringing quite a few big and new upgrades to the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix at Imola, which is in late May. Mercedes also bringing quite a few big upgrades there. Probably Aston Martin will too. And I'd imagine Red Bull will bring a couple of upgrades that race as well. But Ferrari, I think one of the upgrades, or maybe not one of the upgrades, but the type of upgrades they're going to bring will be them kind of changing their side pod design, because obviously their side pod design is different to the Red Bull. Ferrari have got more of a bowl-shaped side pod. And there is rumours that is going to be different, possibly from Imola on. But yeah, there were reports, I think, either earlier this morning, I guess you could say, in Melbourne, or just yesterday in Italy, after qualifying, that Ferrari's upgrades are apparently worth up to a second per lap. And if they do work, should put Ferrari right at the front of the field. Now, how many times have we heard this where Ferrari, these upgrades are going to, not maybe going to, but, they could put Ferrari, in a great position. They could do this, that, and the other, and then it ends up just not working. Knowing Ferrari, these upgrades will probably upgrade or improve their car by like a tenth of a second. And even that's being generous, because we've seen in the past Ferrari put upgrades on and go even slower than they were before. So I guess we'll see with them when we get to Imola. But yeah, if those upgrades at Imola don't work for the Ferrari team, I think they've got to just really scrap development on the 2023 car and focus on 2024, because even though they will get a bit more wind tunnel access in the second half of the season compared to Red Bull, than what they've had so far in the first half of the season. Even though yes, they have had a bit more so far than Red Bull, they've not had as much as they'll probably have compared to Red Bull in the second half of the year. In the second half of the year, Ferrari are probably not going to be able to make great use of that, and they probably will only have at that point like one more upgrade really left in the pipeline, one more proper upgrade to the car after, say, the Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring. So yeah, I think not just for Ferrari but Mercedes as well, I think their 2023 season and them improving to the point of being, right up there with Red Bull and being race win contenders really hinges a lot on the race at Imola, which again is a week before Monaco, towards the end of May. If those two teams do not get their upgrade packages working, and if it doesn't make their cars really any quicker, then I think both of those teams really need to start focusing on next year's car. Because, like I said, in the second half of the season, there's not much else they'll really be able to do to the car to really get any better. Yeah, that's what I think should happen, I guess, on that front. But yeah, we'll see with Ferrari, obviously, when we get to that race. But yeah, for today, yeah, poor result. I think they're in for 7th and 8th. And yeah, they'll be firmly 4th in the championship. Now let's get on to the main fight for the race today, which is going to be Mercedes versus Aston Martin for the 2 remaining podium places. Obviously, with Sergio Perez starting at the back, and most likely Perez, I don't think it's going to be quick enough. He'll just fly through and finish on the podium. Yeah, I think the main fight for the rest of the podium places is between the Mercedes and Aston Martin cars and their respective drivers. Mercedes, though, have the advantage because they have the all-important track position, 2nd and 3rd on the grid. And as long as the 2 drivers have a good start, then they should be in a really good position to at least have 1 car on the podium by the end of the 58 laps here in Melbourne. Thankfully, the race only just over an hour to go until we get underway in Melbourne. But yeah, it should be, as long as their start's okay, it should be a good race for them. Their pace should be good. I don't think it's going to be great. I think they're going to be obviously anywhere near Red Bull. I still think Aston Martin are going to be probably just a 10th or 2 quicker than them in pure pace. Definitely in clear air. I think you'll probably see examples of that in the race. But I think the key for Mercedes today is strategy. That's really what they need to get right if they are to get, say, both cars onto the podium in 2nd and 3rd place. Because, of course, let's say we've got Mercedes 2nd and 3rd, Aston Martin 4th and 5th. Aston Martin, at that point, they're not stupid. They'll just focus really on the only pit stop phase we should have for the race, and they'll focus on, if they can, doing an undercut, maybe doing an overcut, and trying to get past that way. And what Mercedes need to do is really just make sure they get it right on their strategy. It is, to a degree, pretty hard to say what their exact strategy should be. Obviously, if they can pull away from Alonso and Stroll behind and build a nice, 4 or 5 second cushion, then that would be great, and that would see Mercedes able to just pit normally, say, maybe not halfway through the race, but say 40% of the way through the race with both cars, and have a pretty simple race there afterwards. But most likely, I don't think Alonso's going to be, 5 seconds or so behind them in the first stint or anything. I'm just having a quick look on Twitter to see what what Pirelli is saying is the best strategy today. And according to Pirelli, the best strategy is to start on the medium tyre, which is the C3 compound, and then go on to the hard tyre to the end of the race. And they anticipate the pit window will be, for the quickest strategy, between lap 14 and lap 22 for the pit stop. And the alternative one-stop strategy is to start on the soft tyre and then pit between lap 9 and lap 16 and then go on to the hard tyre. I think, to be honest, I may have to revise a bit, I guess, my thoughts as to what tyres people are going to start on today. Because my assumption, to be honest, was that I thought a lot of people were going to start on the, say, the soft compound tyre for this race today. But given how much warmer it is at the track compared to what we saw yesterday and just so far this weekend, yeah, I think the medium tyre is, probably the best bet for what most people are going to start the race on. The soft tyre won't be a bad tyre. It'll get you a great start to the race and probably a really good first 5 laps. But after that, it will, start to suffer quite a bit. But, I think the best strategy, really, for Mercedes is just try to build a gap to the Aston Martins and try and really push hard in that first stint. And even if they can build like a 2-second gap to say whoever the second Mercedes is to Alonso, that would be good enough. Because even if Alonso pitted a lap earlier, the undercut here in Melbourne is not massive. It's not as big as it is in Bahrain, for example, where we were a few weeks ago. So they don't need to build a massive gap to Alonso. Like I said, 2 seconds would be enough if, say, it is Hamilton in third and Alonso in fourth, because then they could pit, say, Lewis Hamilton the lap after, and then pit Russell the lap after that, and then probably hold on just about to second and third, and then come home probably in those positions. So, that's, I think, really... I think in terms of strategy, I think the key, really, is Mercedes obviously keeping a very close eye on what Aston Martin are doing with their strategy. And I think it's probably best, unless Alonso is right behind them. And when I mean right behind them, I mean like within a second or just over a second behind them before we get to the first pit stop. I think the best way to go for them is just to react to what Aston Martin do. And, if Aston Martin are a couple seconds behind them, or a couple seconds behind, say, the second of the Mercedes cars, like I said, I think the best thing there would be to just react to Alonso's pit stop and cover that off, rather than Mercedes going for their own strategy and maybe pitting maybe a few laps earlier than the Aston Martin team, because we have seen here in the past the overcut has worked. And also, if Alonso decided to go a few laps longer into the race, then it would definitely, as just watching Sky F1 at the minute, and a really great thing going on. Jenson Button and Simon Lazenby have gone up onto the actual podium where the Australian Grand Prix Winners' Trophy is, and Jenson just lifted it up and basically pretended he was a winner again. Remember, of course, Jenson, he won this race 3 times. He's actually won the Australian Grand Prix, Jenson, more times than Lewis Hamilton has. 2009, 2010, and 2012. Yeah, brilliant drives by Jenson back in those days. What do you call it? Yeah, I think, like I said, I think just covering off what Aston Martin do is probably the safer option for Mercedes, rather than just going for their own strategy, because they could possibly get caught out by whatever Aston Martin decide to do. Also, it will be interesting if Lewis Hamilton, for example, or even George Russell, whoever the second Mercedes is, say after lap 1, if that second Mercedes on the track is then faster than the first Mercedes, it'll be very interesting to see what Mercedes decide to do. Because, of course, in this race today, like I said, their fight is Aston Martin, and they need to really just protect the grid position they've got, because they're not going to be fighting with Verstappen. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing to look out for, what they would decide to do with that. I mean, obviously, if Lewis is behind George, I think there is a chance maybe Mercedes might, ask the question of, towards Russell, can you let Lewis through? But if it's the other way round, then yeah, that would be very interesting to see what would happen there. But, yeah, second and fourth, I'm going to go for the Mercedes team. The reason I'm going for them in second and fourth is because I think Alonso will get ahead of Hamilton on the first lap. Alonso always been lightning quick on the first lap of a Grand Prix, and also at this track as well. He's had a couple really good starts here in the past. And Lewis Hamilton, I've got to say, is not renowned for good starts at this track. He lost pole position here, I think a couple times at the start of a couple races. 2019, he lost the lead already into turn 1. 2012 as well to Jenson Button. He was obviously on pole Lewis for that race, and he ended up losing the lead into the first corner. And also, one start that I'll never forget was the start to the 2016 Australian Grand Prix. What a start to that race that was, where Vettel went from 3rd to 1st in the Ferrari. Raikkonen went from 4th to 2nd, and it was a Ferrari 1-2 for about, 12 laps or so. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton that day had a really bad start, and he went from like 1st, I think, down to, what was it, 6th, I think it was. Maybe like a couple laps he was down in 6th place. So, I mean, I hope Hamilton has a good race today, but what I'm trying to say is, don't be surprised if he doesn't have a good start, because he's had a few starts here in Melbourne that have been pretty bad. Let's now go on to the Aston Martin team. And yeah, Aston Martin, 4th and 6th on the grid. That's not really that bad of a position. I mean, my prediction going into qualifying is that they would be, I think, 5th or 6th and 13th. I think it was that I predicted for them going into qualifying. So they did a lot better than I expected them to do. And I've got to say, shout out to Lance Stroll. Only 0.2 of a second slower than Alonso around a track where Fernando is pretty fast. And I think Lance this season has done really well. So yeah, shout out to Lance for having a really good session yesterday. And he's really getting on well with this Aston Martin car. But yeah, the fight today, like I said, is with Mercedes-Benz. And what they need to do, firstly with Alonso, is... I mean, even if they don't get ahead of the two Mercedes on the first lap, they just need to stick right behind them and really close to them through the first stint. They cannot allow Mercedes to build any type of gap over them. And then, in terms of what they do on strategy, it really depends on, let's say Alonso does stick close, and when I mean close, I mean within a second or so, to the second Mercedes on track throughout the first stint. If that second Mercedes, let's say it's Hamilton, if he is right behind Russell, who is maybe just like a second up the road from him, then I think the best option for Aston Martin would, at that point, would be to do an undercut, because then they'd have the possibility of jumping both cars, and it would create a very tricky situation at the at the Mercedes team, where Mercedes would have to pick and choose who to pit first, and it might not necessarily be the driver that maybe normally would get I guess, a preferential treatment in that situation. So again, if Alonso is really close to the two Mercedes, then I think the undercut is the best way to go. But let's say Alonso is a second or within a second of Hamilton in 3rd, and then you've got Russell about 3 or 4 seconds up the road. I think at that point, it's probably better to do the overcut. The reason I say that is because if Alonso goes 5 to 8 laps longer on his first stint, obviously he'll have fresher tyres for the rest of the race, and it will be easier for him to overtake the Mercedes cars on fresher tyres if, say, the second Mercedes on track does not have DRS from the first Mercedes on track, and if they're spaced out a bit, it'll be easier for him to get those overtakes done if, again, those Mercedes cars do not have DRS from a car ahead. Kind of similar to what we saw in 2019 here, where Max Verstappen went, I think, what was it? I think 8 laps longer than Sebastian Vettel in the first stint, and then because Vettel did not have DRS from anyone ahead, Max was a lot quicker on the fresher tyres and then overtook Vettel pretty easily, and Sebastian couldn't really do anything to keep Max behind. And I think that's what Alonso and Aston Martin need to do. But only, again, if the two Mercedes spaced out a bit. So that's what I think the options are for Aston Martin. For Lance Stroll, the operation for him really just needs to be get ahead and pull away in the first stint of the two Ferraris to clear them really out of their, not pit window, but out of their race. So I don't think Stroll is necessarily going to be fighting the Ferraris today, unless, of course, Stroll magically doesn't have a good start to the race, which is not normal for him. Normally, Lance is always gaining positions on the first lap of a Grand Prix. So, yeah, if Stroll can have a good start, as he usually does, and get ahead of Sainz and keep ahead, then he should be able to pull away. And then at that point, it's going to be pretty difficult for Lance to really get into that Alonso-Hamilton-Russell fight. Because obviously Alonso is faster than him, and I think Mercedes are still going to be pretty quick compared to Aston Martin themselves. I think Aston Martin will be quicker, but only like just quicker by, like I said, a tenth or two. I don't think the gap is going to be anything massive between the teams today. So it's going to be hard, like I said, for Stroll really to do anything and to really get into that fight, unless Mercedes, for whatever reason, have a lot worse pace today, whether it's because of the heat today, or if, you know, they're just wearing their tyres out, Mercedes, a lot more than expected, then maybe that can help bring Stroll a bit closer. But yeah, I think realistically 5th place is where he will finish, unless he has an amazing start and somehow ends up like 3rd by the end of lap 1, which you never know with Stroll. He, like I said, he is one of the best starters on the grid. And you could arguably say with Stroll that he's even better than Alonso on the first lap of a Grand Prix. But yeah, 3rd and 5th, I've gone with for Aston Martin today. The reason I've gone with that is because, yeah, like I said a moment ago, I think Alonso will get ahead of Hamilton on the first lap. But I think because of track position and good enough pace, I think George Russell will hold on to 2nd, but it will be very close throughout the entire race between Russell and Alonso, in the fight for 2nd and 3rd. And yeah, Lance Stroll won't be too far behind, but he will finish in P5. And if that was to happen, Mercedes finishing 2nd and 4th, Aston Martin 3rd and 5th, Aston Martin would actually drop lower in the championship down to 3rd, but 3rd and 5th would be a pretty good result for them. I think coming into the weekend, if you offered them 3rd and 5th, I think they would have snatched your hand off, to be honest. So yeah, I don't think that's a bad result at all for the Aston Martin team. But yeah, those are all the front-running teams. By the way, hello to all you guys, whether it's early morning, evening, or afternoon. Good to see you all. I can see we're pretty much on 50 likes. Let's try and get up to like 70 likes if we can by the time the race starts in just over 45 minutes from now. Yeah, make sure to smash the like button if you haven't already. And yeah, the race, going to be here very soon. I mean, the build-up here, we have really just flown through so far. And cannot wait to finally get into this race. One thing I was thinking about actually briefly just a few minutes ago was that because last year, because of my technical issues, I wasn't able to cover the Australian Grand Prix last year. I haven't actually done a race watch along for the Australian Grand Prix since 2019. Which was so long ago. I mean, I'm sure you can go back on the channel and find that stream. And then obviously the graphics I used back then and the overall quality of the stream was so much worse back then compared to now. But it's great to be covering this race again, and great to be racing in Australia. Let's hope for at least a decent race. Like I said earlier, Australia, in terms of a Grand Prix, it's either going to be like a 5, 6 out of 10, just another like average race, kind of like we had in Bahrain a few weeks ago, or it's going to be absolutely crazy and we're going to have like 6 cars finish the race or something and have like, you know, Williams scoring like 15 or more points in the race or something like that. Those are the type of races you tend to get in Melbourne. Either just an average or a boring race, or an absolutely crazy race that makes seemingly no sense whatsoever. But we'll go through now the rest of the teams, and then I'll get to your comments, guys, in the live chat. But yeah, Alpine, gotta be honest, their qualifying effort was just simply not good enough. 9th and 11th on the grid. That's not terrible. I mean, they've still got a decent track position, but really they should have had both cars in the top 10. Ocon obviously was very close to getting into Q3. I think he only missed out by like 0.003 of a second or something. Yeah, it was really close, was Esteban. But missed out, and I think, to be honest, Esteban's performance was not poor, but underwhelming. It wasn't quite as good as what I was expecting from him, and I thought he would definitely be ahead of Gasly in qualifying, but obviously wasn't. I mean, congratulations to Pierre Gasly for being ahead of his teammate for the first time in qualifying. Something, like I said, coming into the weekend, I didn't think was really going to happen because I thought Ocon was quite a bit faster around this track. But yeah, congratulations to Gasly, I guess, for that. But even with Gasly in 9th, that's not quite good enough, really, from Alpine. And I think I was talking about this yesterday on stream, and I think Alpine did prove my point in qualifying that there is more potential in that car than what is being shown. And yeah, both drivers, I don't think this season have quite shown the potential of the car so far. I mean, I will say Ocon, I think, definitely was getting pretty close to what the potential of the car was in Saudi Arabia. Because obviously he did qualify pretty well and was in a good position for the first half of the race. Obviously finished in, 8th place. His pace wasn't too bad. But I do feel as though so far this season, they haven't really got the most out of this car. And they are really, I think, missing Fernando Alonso. Because if they had Alonso in that car, I think yesterday, instead of 9th and 11th, it would have been maybe 7th and 9th or something like that in qualifying yesterday. Or maybe not 7th and 9th, maybe 8th and 9th. Or you know what I mean? They would have had a better result. And as I said yesterday, in case you guys weren't tuning in yesterday, I'll repeat basically what my point was. That I think this Alpine car is actually a pretty good car. But the issue is, the 2 drivers at Alpine, they're good drivers, but they're not front-running drivers. They're midfield drivers, really. Again, no disrespect to Esteban Ocon. I think he's definitely, at the minute, one of the top 10 best drivers in Formula 1, but I don't think he's a front-running driver. I don't think he's on, obviously, the level of Fernando Alonso, and your drivers like Russell, Norris, Leclerc, obviously Hamilton, Verstappen as well. So, that's just what I think in terms of Ocon compared to those drivers. And I think that's what Alpine are missing. They're missing a proper front-running driver at this team that could get the best out of the car and really show the true potential of the Alpine car. I mean, of course, before Alonso came back to the Renault team, or Alpine team, whatever you want to call them, they had Daniel Ricciardo at the team. When Ricciardo was at Renault, he was a front-running driver for sure, and he was getting pretty much the best out of the car. And yeah, that's just something they're missing out on, because I think they've got like I said, I think they've got a good car here. And this might be, maybe you guys will disagree with this, but I don't think they're that far behind Ferrari. I'm not saying they're as quick as them, but I don't think they're that far behind them. I think they're only probably, I don't know, a third of a second, probably per lap, slower. And I think if they had an Alonso, a Norris, a Leclerc type driver in that car, I think they would be not as quick as Ferrari, but I think they would be probably only 2, maybe 3 tenths of a second at most away from them. I mean, I know Gasly was only, 4 tenths away, I think, from the 2 Ferraris in the end, which is not bad, but I still feel as though they could be closer than that. And yeah, I just don't think the potential of the Alpine car is really being shown. Well, definitely hasn't been shown as much this season as maybe it was last season when you had Alonso in the car, and a lot of the time Alonso was delivering on the potential of this car. I will say though, despite that, I think once we get to circuits that are a bit more aerocentric, I think Alpine will get even closer to teams like Ferrari, and they won't be really that far behind at all. But yeah, I just feel as though they've got a good car here. I just don't feel as though the drivers are necessarily delivering with what is a pretty decent package, I have to say. I mean, it's not a car that's really got any weaknesses. It manages its tyres well, has good straight line speed, good downforce. Again, there's no real issues with the car. But yeah, they're just not delivering the results, especially in qualifying so far this season. I just don't think they're delivering quite the results that they could as a team so far. But, you know, that's my view. Let me know in the chat whether you agree or disagree. For today, though, I think obviously with Perez coming through the field, he will finish ahead of the 2 Alpines. That will relegate them down the field at least 1 position further for both cars. Pierre Gasly, though, will finish in the top 10. The Alpine's still good enough, obviously, to finish in the top 10. Gasly, though, will not finish ahead of Albon because the Williams is pretty quick at the minute. And like I was saying earlier, the Williams is an absolute rocket ship in a straight line. And unless Gasly gets a brilliant start or an amazing exit from a corner before a DRS zone, yeah, I don't see how Gasly overtakes that Williams. It's just too quick down the straights. Obviously, overtaking here, not the easiest. So, yeah, going to be difficult for the Alpine team to really upset Williams there. But I think, what do you call it? I think Alpine will still finish in the top 10, but again, it won't be quite the result they should get from this race today, and really from the weekend. Now we'll kind of whiz through the rest of the teams, and then I'll get to your comments in the chat, because obviously we're just over 30 minutes away from the race starting. Also, I want to make sure I post a link of the stream out a couple more times before we get going. McLaren, I think in the end, they just weren't quick enough. I thought they would be quite a bit quicker. But yeah, in the end, they just weren't anywhere near quick enough to be in the top 10. Lando Norris, I think, did the absolute best he could. Obviously, McLaren, I think, pretty clearly trimmed off a bit of downforce after Friday to try and be a bit more competitive in the first and second sector, which helped. They weren't as bad in those sectors, but yeah, they just weren't on the same level as Alpine. And obviously, as bit of nearly a get-together on the way to the grid between a couple cars of Perez and Zhou Guanyu, I think that was. Yeah, they just weren't close enough, really. I think they were, 3 tenths of a second away from Q3. And yeah, that just wasn't ultimately good enough from McLaren. I don't think there was really any issue with the drivers. I think both drivers really did the best they could. Oscar Piastri, of course, has never raced here before. I know it's his home race, but again, he's never raced here before. I think we should give him, cut in some slack, because McLaren car, obviously, right now, not very good, and he's still, trying to build up his experience. I think he'll definitely be a bit better in Baku, where he has raced at before, I think a few times. And hopefully, with McLaren's upgrade there, they'll be a bit better. But yeah, with Lando Norris, I think Norris did the best really he could have done. Maybe you could argue he should have been ahead of Tsunoda on the grid. But yeah, I don't think he really, even if he was ahead of Tsunoda, I don't think he could have got anywhere near the Alpines or the Haas's, really. So yeah, 13th and 16th. I think the best McLaren can do is probably 12th and 14th, maybe, with Piastri finishing in 14th. But yeah, I don't see them finishing in the points. I don't think they've got a fast enough car, unfortunately. And they just don't have the track position. Because at least in Saudi Arabia, despite them not being, super quick there, at least with Piastri, they had good grid position. And even with Lando Norris in Bahrain, they had good grid position as well, with Norris in, Norris starting in P11. Obviously, Piastri started, I think, 8th in Saudi Arabia. So, yeah, I think McLaren, they'll have decent pace, but nothing special, and they'll finish outside the top 10. And they will, after this race, I'm pretty confident they'll still be last in the championship. And now we'll go through the final 4 teams. Alfa Romeo, yeah, absolute shit. They're going to finish, maybe not at the absolute back with both cars, but yeah, they've got the worst car here. There is no doubt about it. Maybe these hotter temperatures will help them come alive a bit more, but yeah, I think Alfa Romeo are definitely going to be the worst team today. Valtteri Bottas, I thought yesterday was pretty poor, being out-qualified by Zhou around a circuit where Valtteri is normally pretty quick. And yeah, just simply, it wasn't good enough from Valtteri yesterday. But yeah, Alfa Romeo, if you look at the sector time data we looked at earlier, the Alfa Romeo was slow in every sector. I think they were the slowest team, actually, in every sector for Alfa Romeo. And even in the main speed trap, they were the slowest team. They just, there's absolutely nothing there, seemingly, this weekend, despite quite a few updates to the front wing and nose cone this weekend. So yeah, not good at Alfa Romeo. Obviously 6th in the championship. That's a good position for them. But yeah, Alfa Romeo look pretty shit. Haas F1, obviously Nico Hülkenberg starts in P10. What a season he has had. He has started in the top 10 of all the races so far this season. Obviously, this is the 3rd race of the season, but yeah, a brilliant start to the season by him. He is 3-0 on Magnussen in qualifying as well this year, which is something I did not think was going to happen at all. So, big credit to Hülkenberg. It's been really a great comeback, and it hasn't really been talked about enough from, from a lot of the F1 media, how great Hülkenberg's comeback has been. Yeah, great job by him. The reason he doesn't finish in the points, though, is because I think Alpine are just too quick for Haas. Williams, I think, with Albon, I think will be just, again, too quick. And Haas won't be as quick today as they were yesterday, as is normally the case with them. Their pace won't be awful, but yeah, I don't think they'll be really good enough for a points finish. But maybe they'll prove me wrong. Of course, in the first 2 sectors, their car looks pretty quick. But with this extra heat for the race, that's definitely not going to help them, because their main issue, of course, is looking after the tyres. We'll see how they get on with that. Being a one-stop race definitely helps them quite a bit. But yeah, we'll see how Haas do. But they will be not a million miles away from a points finish, but just not good enough in the end. AlphaTauri, thankfully, looking a bit better this weekend and getting more so back to where they, with the type of drivers they've got, where they should be. Having both drivers really in Q2. Tsunoda P12 on the grid. Really great qualifying from him. And Nick De Vries 15th. Good to see him getting into Q2 for the first time in 2023. Tsunoda, of course, has had 2 11th place finishes so far this season. If the AlphaTauri has got some good race pace again, maybe he can get at least really close again to finishing in the points. But I think ultimately the Williams of Albon and the Alpine of Gasly will be just too quick for Tsunoda to get into the points. But he'll be in that mix. There is no doubt about it. He'll be in that mix with, your Norrises, Hulkenberg, Ocon to a certain extent, and will be not too far away at all compared to those drivers. So yeah, watch out for Tsunoda. I think Yuki Tsunoda, to be honest, has had a pretty good season so far. And AlphaTauri so far this season, they've not been good necessarily, but I don't think they've been necessarily, looking at the season so far, I don't think they've necessarily been as bad as maybe some people, maybe even myself, have made out so far this season. I think their qualifying pace in the first two races was pretty bad, but their race pace has been really good. I think, again, kind of like Alpine, not anywhere near to the degree. Obviously, with Alpine have got much better drivers than what AlphaTauri have. And it's, quite a different situation. But by the way, Sergio Perez and his car is back in the garage, so I'm pretty sure that that Perez, by the looks of it, is going to be starting from the pit lane. Obviously, I'll have a look on Twitter in a moment to see whether that is indeed the case, as Ted Kravitz, currently on the grid, is currently just pointing out that the grid hatchings, guys, here in Melbourne have been widened, because obviously Alonso and Ocon so far this season have been punished for being out of their starting box. So yeah, they have widened the area. But I think, going back to AlphaTauri, I think the issue for them this season, again, similar to Alpine, but obviously Alpine, for them it's not as bad, but it's definitely quite a bit worse for AlphaTauri. I don't think their car is necessarily that poor. I think they've just not really got a good enough driver lineup. By the way, KH, I have pretty much covered the tyre/pit strategy. And obviously, I did read out earlier from Pirelli what the predicted strategy is for the race. They think, Pirelli, that it will be a one-stop race with drivers starting on the medium, most likely, and then going on to the hard compound tyre, which is, not the most surprising strategy in the world if that was to happen. And finally, we will go on to the Williams team. What a day yesterday. Obviously, Alex Albon, 8th place he is on the grid. Just incredible. Williams have not started in the top 10 here in Australia since 2017. I think was the last time. I think Felipe Massa was 7th on the grid in 2017. And obviously, Massa in that race ended up finishing in 6th. That'd be incredible if they could replicate that again. But Williams, they've got fundamentally a good car this season. I don't think Williams are quite as good maybe as Alpine overall, but I'll be honest, I don't think Williams are that far behind teams like Alpine at the minute. I mean, obviously they're ahead of both Alpines on the grid. We do have to remember this track definitely is helping them be in the position they're in. Obviously with the middle sector especially being pretty much just flat out, and that's why Albon was so quick in the middle sector. But even in the final sector, where there's quite a few more corners, the Williams, doing a pretty good speed, only a 10th slower than the Alpine car. So this Williams car fundamentally is a good midfield car. This is probably the best car I would say Williams have produced since 2017. So if you're a Williams fan, then be very happy, because this Williams car definitely a good car, and I think they definitely, I think if I remember at the start of this season, I think I may have predicted them to finish last in the championship. I can't remember exactly, but I think Williams for sure will not finish last in the championship. I think Williams will be probably at least 8th in the championship this season, maybe even 6th or 7th. This car definitely is a good midfield car. Logan Sargent, of course, down in 18th on the grid. That's definitely not quite as good as maybe he could do. We have to remember, though, with Logan that he's never raced here before. So, it's not like Logan has experience around this track. And we can't really expect a massive amount from him, around a track like this. So, yeah, I'm not really going to go that much into Logan Sargent. But, the Williams team looking great. Williams car looking great. And I think they will score points today. And if my prediction does come true, then Williams will go up to 7th in the championship and will be only a point behind Alfa Romeo for 6th. And given a couple of the races coming up, especially Baku, where this Williams car is going to be an absolute rocket ship, especially in that final sector in Baku, I think Williams could be 6th in the championship very soon. I really think that is possible. Watch out for this Williams team. They are the surprise team, really, this season. I know, obviously, you've got Aston Martin as, the surprise of obviously moving from being middle of the pack to being almost at the very front of the field. But I think Williams have definitely been a massive surprise in 2023. But there you go, guys. Those are all the teams, and we have 24 minutes to go until the race begins in Melbourne. So keep letting me know in the live chat. What do you think will happen in the race today? Who's going to win? Who do you think will finish on the podium? Who is most likely to be on the podium today? There is a poll in the chat currently running, asking who will most likely be on the podium today for the Australian Grand Prix. Your options are Russell, Hamilton, Alonso and Perez. Make sure to vote in that poll and let me know who you think most likely will be on the podium today. My most likely options, I think, are Russell number 1 and then Alonso number 2. Yeah, let me know whether you agree or disagree or not. But before I come to your comments, I am just going to quickly post a link of the stream out a couple times, and then we'll get to your comments. Come join us here to watch along the race in Australia. And I'll just quickly post a link out on Twitter, and then we will get into some of your comments currently floating in chat. Let me just really tweet this out. Come join us here to watch along the race in the hashtag Australian GP, and I'll just do a couple of hashtags quick, and then we will get into your comments. And yeah, there you go. So let's see what you guys have to say. And currently, my time, because I can see some people in the chat saying what time it is in their part of the world, whether it's North America or Europe or other places. It's currently 5:38 in the morning here in the UK. And yeah, still not even... Well, it probably is starting to get light outside just about in my part of the UK. But yeah, it's very early in the morning. But as you guys know with me, no matter when the race is, what time it is, I will always be live for that race. And of course, we've got 2 more early morning races to go this season. Japan later this season, I think, will be a 6 a.m. start. And also Las Vegas in mid-November will be a Saturday night race in Vegas, but also will be starting Sunday morning for us in Europe. We'll be starting on Sunday for the majority of us in the world. But just looking at the Sky F1 doing their grid walk, Martin Brundle is sadly not at the track. No real surprise. Obviously, Martin, getting old Obviously, he's been F1 pundit for 26 years now, I think, Martin. So, with how old he's getting now, he definitely deserves some rest. And obviously did the 2 Middle Eastern races. And my guess is that he probably won't be back on Sky F1 until either Baku or Miami. I don't think he'll be doing both Baku and Miami, because obviously Baku and Miami are back-to-back. But once we get into the European season, thankfully we'll see Martin back on our screens. Plenty. But looking very hot and very sunny, cracking weather, and the type of weather you would want for a race day in Formula 1. But let me look to see what you guys are saying in the chat. By the way, I can see we're on, 63 likes. Let's try and get those likes up if we can before the race starts. Obviously, 20 minutes to go pretty much till the race starts. Let's try and get to, say, 75 likes before we start. Celebrity Olympic says, if Ferrari were to not bottle this race, which even that is far-fetched, who would be most likely driver to get the high position, Sainz or Leclerc? Probably Sainz, because he has the track position. Astro Steva says, Albon, very impressive in quali. My driver of yesterday. Hope he does well in the race. Yeah, I really hope he does well as well. And also Astro Steva saying, watching this one on TV, Chaza and all. I think I get to do that this year. Yeah, it's obviously great for you. Finney in chat says, Max Verstappen will win by 1 minute. I know, of course, a lot of people out there after Saudi Arabia who are maybe not Red Bull fans, like to maybe act like Red Bull are, the most dominant team of all time and that they've got the best car of all time. But Red Bull will win by a mile today. There is no doubt about that, but they're not going to win by a minute. That would be pretty sickening for the rest of the teams. My prediction is half a minute rather than a minute. And the reason I've gone with half a minute is because Mercedes are definitely quicker here than, quite a bit quicker than anyone expected. And as well, Red Bull, because they've got some reliability gremlins, they are not going to be pushing as hard as maybe they could during the race today. So yeah, I don't think Red Bull are going to be pulling away by, a second per lap for the entire race. And if they were to pull away by a second per lap on, say, whoever is second, then they would probably, Max Verstappen would probably lap everybody except for like Russell, Hamilton, Alonso, and maybe Stroll in the Aston Martin, which would be, again, pretty sickening. I was considering with my predictions that maybe predicting Ferrari to finish a lap down. But yeah, I don't think Ferrari are going to be quite that poor in the race today. But I've still got them finishing about 50 seconds off Verstappen, which would be a loss of like 0.8 of a second per lap. Something like that. And yeah, that'll be still pretty poor for the Ferrari team. But I mean, there's definitely a possibility if that Red Bull is really stunningly quick today, which I mean we've seen so far this season and it has been, that yeah, it's not out of the realms of possibility that Ferrari could get lapped in this race today. Because we've seen the drop-off from qualifying to the race is really quite bad. What's the issue with Perez starting from the pit? I'm going to have a quick look, actually. Thanks for reminding me. Anders Ericsson. Because, yeah, I don't... Right, so Perez and Bottas are starting from the pit lane. Obviously, Perez and Bottas were both at the back anyway, so that's not going to change grid position. A new battery and control electronics for Sergio Perez, and also setup changes. Valtteri Bottas is starting from the pit lane purely because of setup changes. So hopefully we'll get a bit of a better performance from the Finn. But yeah, Perez and Bottas will be starting from the pit lane. But like I said, they're both at the back anyway, so it's not going to actually change the grid position. As the Australian national anthem being performed. And I've got to say one good thing. I mean, I don't mind night races, but it is good to race in the day. And at also a venue where the weather is changeable and it's not just going to be perfect conditions throughout. And that's what's made this weekend so far pretty exciting in my view. And yeah, the weather absolutely cracking for today. There's all the drivers lined up. And yeah, just stood for the national anthem. But yeah, I'm going to read out some more comments from you guys. And then we'll get into the, obviously, last couple bits of build-up very soon. Before we start covering the race. Thank you, Chaz. Thanks, Chazza, for that news. No problem. Yeah, I said I was going to, but obviously thanks for reminding me about that. But yeah, that is what's happening there. Thankfully, both drivers were already starting in the last two positions, I've got to say, because one thing that really annoys me, and I mean, obviously starting 2 hours before the race starts with my stream, maybe doesn't help, but it is still annoying, is when I'll do my starting grid graphic, get it all ready, and then someone, say from like, I don't know, between 12th and 17th on the grid, takes a new whatever and starts from the pit lane. When that happens, I get really pissed off because it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, why couldn't you have done this, you know, hours earlier rather than at the last minute? I remember at Spa last year where we had like late pit lane, not pit lane changes, late changes to the grid where I think both AlphaTauris ended up starting from the pit lane. And that was pretty annoying, to be honest. But, yeah, not a surprise, really. Bottas and Perez start from the pit lane. Perez, obviously, you know, has had so many off-track moments so far this weekend, and his car's looked all over the place. So, hopefully those setup changes will see Perez at least smoothly driving today, rather than off the track, you know, once every 5 minutes. He was at times in practice. Sasanag says, normal night races are fine for me, due to me doing night shifts normally. Yeah, it is. It's not, like I said, I don't mind night races, but yeah, I also don't mind having, you know, day races. Talking of night races, though, Stefano Domenicali, who of course is the, I won't say the Liberty Media boss, but he's basically the boss of F1, as we know, has a few days ago come out and said that talks are ongoing with the chiefs of the Australian Grand Prix, people who run the event, in terms of hosting the Australian Grand Prix in the future as a night race. Those discussions are taking place. My sleep schedule would certainly appreciate such a thing happening. If the race was to start at night, I would imagine it would start probably 4 to 5 hours later than it starts normally. So, in the future, the Australian Grand Prix would probably start, instead of 6 a.m. UK time, it would probably start at like, what, 11 a.m.? Which would be, again, at least for me, a lot better. Nib, my co-commentator, who obviously is not around for today, is actually at the Grand Prix. He doesn't live that far away from the track itself. Not sure he would necessarily agree that you know, a night race would be a good thing, but yeah, it is a possibility, and I'm not surprised at all that it's being talked about, because I I mean, it's not just about, making F1 races into night races because it looks more spectacular, even though that is true. Night races do look more spectacular with these cars. It's really because of the timing of the race. It's just really bad timing for a lot of people in the world. Obviously, a lot of you guys in North America, you're pretty much on your way to sleep by the time the Australian Grand Prix gets going. In the UK or in Europe, it's on a weekend, just way too early in the morning. Of course, we put ourselves through the pain because we are diehard F1 fans, but yeah, it is really too early in the morning. And yeah, for the majority of the world, it's either too late or too early. So to improve viewing figures, I'm not surprised that talks of a night race are happening. And in terms of the business side, it would be a good decision to move the Australian Grand Prix to a night race. Would it be the best decision for the on-track stuff? I think we'd have to see, really. The only thing I would maybe say, which would be a negative, is that if we have a particularly cold Australian Grand Prix weekend in the future, and it is a night race, obviously the temperatures will be quite cold, and it'll be quite a freezing Grand Prix, really, for a lot of the teams and drivers compared to, of course, a lot of the places they go to in a year. So, yeah. There's pros and cons. I think mostly there's probably pros. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Australian Grand Prix becomes a night race in the future. I don't think it'll happen yet. I think the Australian Grand Prix will probably become a night race, if it is to become one, probably in like 3 or 4 years from now, something like that. But we are just over 5 minutes away, guys, from the start of the Australian Grand Prix. And cannot wait to get into this race. JD asks, why did Perez not continue qualifying even after his car played up? Well, because if you are out of qualifying, if your car stops on track, then you're not allowed to restart in the session like you could, say, 25 years ago. Yeah, if you stop on track in qualifying, you are out of the session no matter what. I think in the race it's the same rule, but if under a red flag, let's say there's an accident and you have your car that's damaged to the point where it's too damaged to continue, but let's say there's a red flag that's out for a while. If you can get your car back to the pits and get it fixed, I think you, within the rules, I think you can get back into the race. But yeah, I think, for qualifying, it's, as soon as you stop on track, if you can't get going again, then you are out automatically. But we'll be underway very, very soon, guys. Edward Banner, do you think Albon could move up today, or think he'll just fall back? He'll fall back, but not massively. I think he'll be the winner, I guess, of F1.5 after the top 4 teams, of course. I don't think he'll fall back that much. I mean, with the straight line speed that Williams has, it's going to be pretty hard for him to fall back massively. Williams would have to have like horrendous tyre wear or something like that for that to happen. Obviously, damage to his car wouldn't help either. Yeah, hopefully Albon has a good start. Even if he just maintains his position, that would be good enough for me for the race. But before we get into the watch-along itself, let me quickly end this poll in chat that I set up like an hour ago. So I asked you guys who will most likely be on the podium today for the Australian Grand Prix, and there was 185 votes. Thank you guys for voting. And you guys voted as Alonso the most likely to be on the podium, with Hamilton second, Russell third, and Perez in fourth. yeah, a bit surprised you guys think Russell is the third most likely to be on the podium, given that he is second. But that's your view. We'll see whether you're correct or not in the race. Obviously, coming up very soon. As a nice little clip here of Jenson Button driving what kind of looks to be an F1 like car through the streets of Melbourne, which is good, and with no crash helmet on, which is interesting. I don't think it is a proper racing car, but yeah, it's an interesting drive for him through the streets. And of course, Jenson commentating for Sky F1 today, and he has won this race 3 times in the past. That's more times than Lewis Hamilton has won this race. Obviously, more times than Max Verstappen has won this race. And I think he's won it as many times as Sebastian Vettel. I think Vettel has 3 wins as well. So, yeah, Jenson has had brilliant history at this track. And I think he's had 2 pole positions here as well, has Jenson. So, yeah. But anyway, we will, as the F1 intro now begins to play, I think it's time, guys, we hide that timer and get into the final couple of things before we get into the race. So, finally, before we get into the race, the championship standings. Max Verstappen, reminder, leads the championship by 1 point from Perez and can really build a decent lead today. Alonso in third can definitely close the gap to Perez, but I still think Alonso likely to be third at the conclusion of this race. Sainz is in fourth, with Lewis Hamilton fifth, level on points, and George Russell only 2 points behind the 2. So maybe Mercedes can get their drivers into fourth and fifth today in the championship and drop Carlos Sainz down a couple positions. Lance Stroll is in 7th, Charles Leclerc 8th in the championship. What a poor start for him, which has been really through no fault of his own. Valtteri Bottas is still in 9th in the championship, even though he's been pretty poor since that first race, with Esteban Ocon in P10. And on the constructor side, Red Bull 49 points clear already of Aston Martin and Mercedes, who are level on points for 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Aston Martin only 2nd because they've had better race finishes this season. Ferrari in 4th, just 12 points behind, with Alpine 5th, Alfa Romeo 6th, Haas 7th, Williams 8th, AlphaTauri 9th, and McLaren still last in the championship. But now, guys, let's get on to your starting grid for the 2023 Australian Grand Prix. So on the front row, it is Max Verstappen and George Russell. On the second row, Lewis Hamilton and Fernando Alonso. I believe they were on this row of the grid back in 2007. Of course, Hamilton sailing around the outside of Fernando into turn 1 in what was his first Grand Prix that weekend. On the third row, it is Carlos Sainz and Lance Stroll, who were pretty close to each other in the first half of the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. On the fourth row, it is Charles Leclerc and Alexander Albon. And completing the top 10, just like in Saudi Arabia, Pierre Gasly and Nico Hülkenberg. In 11th and 12th is Esteban Ocon and Yuki Tsunoda. Lando Norris and Kevin Magnussen are 13th and 14th. 15th and 16th is Nick De Vries and Oscar Piastri, the home driver. 17th and 18th is Zhou Guanyu and Logan Sargent. And both starting from the pit lane, Valtteri Bottas, who won this race in 2019, and Sergio Perez in the Red Bull, who is looking to recover a lot of points in this race today. But let's now get into this race, and I already knew that this would be the case, but yeah, my running order on the left-hand side of the screen in the wrong order, so let me just quickly correct that, and then we will get into this race. Obviously, Verstappen on pole, with Russell second, Hamilton third, and Alonso in fourth place. Obviously, should have done this yesterday, but was pretty tired. That's the reason I wasn't able to do this yesterday. Sainz in fifth. Stroll is up in 6th place, of course, with Leclerc in 7th. And then Albon in 8th. Gasly 9th. Hulkenberg 10th. I will let you guys know in a moment when the formation lap gets underway, as Esteban Ocon is in P11 with Tsunoda in P12. Most drivers should be on the medium compound tyre, as Lando Norris is, 13th on the grid, Magnussen 14th, and then De Vries 15th, Piastri 16th, and then Zhou 17th, Sargent 18th, and then Bottas 19th, Perez 20th. Again, apologies about that, but there you go. It's now all correct on your screen. Let me just get rid of that guy and all of his messages. There you go. So yeah, let's now get into this race as the formation lap is going to be underway in a few seconds, and it is underway right now, and it looks as though a couple drivers towards the rear of the field are on the soft tyre to start with, but it looks like the top 10 are pretty much on the mediums. As yet, we are underway for this formation lap as the Ferrari there of Sainz just letting Alonso go back through. And a bit of a practice start there for the Ferrari. Of course, it will be a 58-lap race. So, yeah, there you go. And of course, during the race, I will update the lap counter as we go along. As here is Oscar Piastri still on the pit straight on this formation lap. As Piastri is, I don't know what tyre he was on then. Looks like it may have been the hard compound tyre, which I'd be surprised if McLaren were going for that. Of course, guys, as well, once we get a few laps into the race, I will make sure to post on the screen the on the running order who is on what compound. Yeah, we'll make sure to do that when possible. Charles Leclerc, there we were just on board with, is on the medium tyre. And the front of the field now just coming through the final sector. Verstappen on this formation lap. Still going to be quite a bit of time before we get going, though, because the rear of the field still quite a few corners behind. And Verstappen has really got on with it on this formation lap. Probably got on with it a bit too long, to be honest, because going to be waiting quite a while on the grid. Obviously, it's quite hot. But, you know, that's his choice. We'll see whether it becomes an issue for the team. But Verstappen is almost lining up on pole. And there you go. Lines up on pole with Russell second and Lewis Hamilton lining up in third. Perfectly on his marks. And like I said, in the past, Lewis Hamilton has not had the greatest starts here in Melbourne. Obviously, the memorable one in 2007 was a brilliant one from him, but has had some poor ones here in the past as well. So the last few cars now start to line up on the grid. Obviously, got two cars starting from the pit lane. And here we go, guys. Racing in Melbourne. So close. And all the cars now lined up. Green flag waving. It's time to go racing in Melbourne. It's 3 lights, 4 lights, 5 lights. And it's go in Australia. George Russell gets a brilliant start. Down the inside of Max Verstappen. Will he go for the move? He goes for it. And he gets the lead. George Russell leads. Alonso going round the outside of Hamilton through turn 2. And Verstappen all under pressure as Hamilton down the inside of Verstappen. In turn 3.5, Ferrari off the track. And Hamilton does overtake Max Verstappen. It's a Mercedes 1-2 in Australia. And that looked like Charles Leclerc, who is in the gravel. And yet they are all underway now. And yeah, what a start by both Mercedes. Verstappen all over the place. And we have got a brilliant race on our hands. I wonder if we will get a virtual safety car, though. As some very close racing there between the Williams of Albon and Stroll. And some close racing back towards the midfield with a McLaren in there. Another Williams. And safety car, full safety car. On lap 1, not really a surprise, I've got to be honest. And yes, it is Charles Leclerc out of the Australian Grand Prix. This time last year, he won the race by 20 seconds. And he is out of the race now. And he is still going to be on just 8 points. Not even 8 points, sorry, 6 points for the championship after 3 races. What a poor start. But we are now on lap 2 out of 58. And yeah, what a start to the race. So it's Russell leading, Hamilton second. Ocon is pitting. He started on the soft tyre and he's now going on to the hard. Not sure if that's going to work for Alpine because, I mean, yeah, they don't have to pit again, but they're going to be in quite a bit of traffic now as Perez comes in, and other cars have come in as well. I will update who is on what tyre when I can, as they come out of the quite shorter pit exit. But yeah, it's currently Russell leading under the safety car on lap 2. From Hamilton second, Verstappen third, Sainz fourth, Alonso fifth. Here's a replay of Leclerc down to turn 3, and yeah, contact with Lance Stroll, it looks like. Or maybe the Williams of Albon, let's see. And yeah, it's Stroll. Obviously, Stroll was in the wars in Bahrain. And Stroll actually, I think, got back ahead of Albon later on in the lap, who did pass him into turn 4. And that, to me, just looks like a racing incident. I don't see what Stroll could have done. I think they just made contact. I don't really see what Stroll could have done there. Yeah, Leclerc is out of the race. And it is Russell leading, Hamilton second, Verstappen third, Sainz fourth, Alonso fifth. Alex Albon is up to 6th place with Stroll 7th. Gasly 8th, Hulkenberg 9th. Tsunoda is in P10. And then it's Norris 11th. Magnussen is in P12. And then it is Piastri in 13th. De Vries in 14th. And then Ocon in 15th. Joe 16th. And then Sargent 17th. Perez 18th. Bottas 19th. And Charles Leclerc is out of the race as we are now still under safety car conditions. And it is lap 3 out of 58. And here's a replay. And yes, straight away, you could see Russell. Replay of the start, by the way, this is. You could see Russell had a brilliant start. Max tried to defend it, but there was nothing he could do. Russell was just too far down the inside and brilliantly charged his way into the lead. And then Hamilton dive-bombed Max. Very lucky there wasn't contact. I was sure there was going to be one bit of contact. Verstappen, though, ran wide on the exit curb, and that's what allowed Hamilton to get up to second. And here's a replay of the start from Verstappen. And I don't think it was... Yeah, I don't think it was that bad of a start from Max. I think just Russell had a better start. And then because... There's a safety car in this lap, by the way, guys. And because Russell forced his way down the inside of turn 1 and Max had to run wide, he was put then at a shape, really, for turn 2 and then on the run down to turn 3. As Lewis Verstappen saying, he pushed me off the track. I was ahead at the apex. He pushed me off in regards to Hamilton overtaking him. Well, let's see a replay. And no chance. Absolutely no chance did he push you off the track. You didn't even go off the track. What are you talking about, Max? Honestly, you literally didn't go off the track. You were still on the track. Anyway, the two Mercedes have decided to get on with it. So we are back underway, back racing on lap 3 out of 58. And soon to be lap 4. And what can Max Verstappen do against the two Mercedes who lead first and second? This is the first time Mercedes have had a 1-2 in Melbourne since 2019. And we are on lap 4. And let's see what Max can do. As also, we're going to look out to see what Albon and Stroll will be up to in the first few laps after this restart. Because obviously Stroll should be quicker than... should be quicker, obviously, than Albon. But just going to quickly do the tyres and try and get that on screen for you guys. Of course, I will let you know if there is any overtaking going on. Can't see any position. Actually, no, there has been a couple position changes. Valtteri Bottas is up to 17th, and Logan Sargent is now down to 19th place. So a poor start, restart rather, for Logan. But the top 7 cars are on the mediums, as Max Verstappen right behind Lewis Hamilton, and Hamilton within a second of Russell. So they're all in pretty close connection out front. And Verstappen just needs to, I think, cool down. Obviously, you know, he said on the radio, thinks Hamilton pushed him out. That is definitely not true. And just a bit worried that maybe Max is going to go for a bit of a dive bomb on Hamilton and take himself out of the race, which, of course, we have seen in the past. Maybe not necessarily to his own fault, but yeah. Hopefully Max just calms down a bit. As we're on lap 5, George Russell, fastest lap for him, obviously, because he was the first car on track. And let me just quickly get the tyres on screen. They're not all correct yet. I will get the rest of them now correct. So, yeah, the top 7 are on the medium tyres. And then you've got Gasly on the soft, and then Hülkenberg and Tsunoda completing the top 10 are on the mediums, and then and then Norris and Magnussen and Piastri are on mediums as well, and then everyone below Piastri is on the hard compound tyre, as Max Verstappen, as they now start lap 6, is just under half a second behind Hamilton, has done the fastest lap of the race, and as expected, Red Bull have definitely got the best car out there. But Mercedes, most importantly, have track position. That is what matters. Track position. As Valtteri Bottas has lost position to Perez. And let me just update that, that drivers down near the bottom, they are on the hard compound tyre, not the medium. And a few of the drivers, I think, that started actually on the soft tyre, they pitted onto the hard, as Lewis Hamilton really following Russell closely, and Russell defending to the inside into turn 11. And now we've got a proper 3-way fight for the lead of the race. Not sure the win of the race yet. I'm not sure we can say that quite at the minute. But wow, what a close top 3 this is. Hamilton almost having a go for the lead into turn 11 as they now begin lap 7 in Melbourne, and Verstappen getting close, but is still not close enough. Really needs Hamilton to fall back a bit from Russell, I think, to maybe overtake us. Fernando Alonso does the fastest lap of the race, and Alonso right behind Sainz. So we'll watch out for that, as both Mercedes, you can tell, both those Mercedes drivers are pushing so hard because they know that they have to keep Max behind. And they're pushing as hard as they would towards the end of the race on a set of soft tyres or something. Car off, and it's Alex Albon. He's gone off the track. I don't know if there's been contact. I didn't quite see. I had a quick look away from the screen, and it's a safety car. Oh, what a disaster. What's happened there? Oh, that's such a shame. He was running 6th. What's happened? So, yeah, safety car, lap 7. And Ferrari look as though they might be readying for a pit stop. If Ferrari pit, that would be a massive mistake. And yeah, that Williams is definitely done. That car looks broken to me. And he's hit the barriers as well as George Russell pits. The Mercedes are triggering the pit stop already. Really surprised by that. And Carlos Sainz is in for Ferrari as well on lap 8. And Russell, very quick pit stop. Well, I thought it was. It wasn't actually. It was 3.6 seconds. But he goes onto the hard tyre. I've got to say, I think Mercedes have made a big mistake there. I really don't think they should have done that. Because now Russell is more so in the pack in 7th. Carlos Sainz has come out in 9th place. I mean, yeah, they don't have to pit again. But they're going to lose time in the pack. And now Hamilton is going to be under serious pressure from Verstappen, and Hamilton won't have DRS assistance from his teammate ahead. Here's a replay of what happened. And he spun it. He threw it in too aggressively. The turn... what turn is that? It's like turn 7, I think it is. Yeah, just went threw the car in too aggressively and hit the barrier. Poor mistake from Albon after what has been a brilliant weekend. So it's Hamilton leading from Verstappen 2nd, Alonso 3rd, Stroll 4th. This has really played out well for Aston Martin because now they're 3rd and 4th. And with Sainz and Russell a bit further down the field, if they can get, or if they do get caught up in traffic a bit, they can start to build a bit of a gap. Pierre Gasly is in 5th with Hülkenberg 6th. Russell is 7th as Lewis saying on the radio, this has put me at a massive disadvantage. And they say, in response, we don't think so. But I think he is correct because now Lewis will not get the DRS assistance from his teammate ahead. And it's going to be, red flag. Red flag. The race has been red flagged. Well, I think the reason that is because of all that gravel on the track. On the exit of that corner, there is just so much gravel. So we've got a red flag here on lap 8 out of 58. And what a crazy start to the race. And yeah, Albon just threw it in too aggressively. Maybe a gust of wind caught him out, but still, unforgivable mistake by the Williams. But before we, get on to, the red flag and all of that, as Lance Stroll thankfully was able to duke his way past Albon without hitting gravel or anything like that, as all the cars now come into the pit lane, and we are now on lap 9. Let me just get the order correct. And of course, this red flag, one thing I do need to mention is this red flag. Let me just get rid of that person in the chat. This red flag is absolutely awful for Russell and Sainz because all of the drivers now can not make a pit stop. They can now change their tyres. So any benefit Russell would have had from pitting earlier is now gone. So, yeah. To be honest, even if they didn't know there was going to be a red flag, I think Mercedes made the wrong decision there. They should have kept Russell out on track. They had the 1-2. Why give up around this track position? I don't understand what Mercedes were doing there. I mean, Ferrari, they more so need to just try something different because of their, real lack of pace. But yeah, really don't understand why Mercedes pit George Russell there. Really don't understand why. And now Russell, 7th, when he was in the lead. And his chances of winning now are pretty slim. Anyway, let me get the order correct. So it is Hamilton leading, Verstappen 2nd, Alonso 3rd, Stroll 4th, Gasly 5th, Hülkenberg 6th, Russell 7th, Tsunoda 8th, Norris 9th, Piastri in 10th. What a red flag this is for McLaren. This has really helped them. And then you've got Sainz in 11th, Nick De Vries in P12, Esteban Ocon is 13th with Perez in 14th position. And then you've got Zhou in 15th, Bottas in 16th, and then Sargent 17th, Magnussen 18th, and Albon is out of the race. I'll leave the tyres on screen as they are pretty much because I'm pretty sure all of the drivers are going to change their tyres. And obviously, we will see, what do you call it? We will see, what tyres he will go on to as George Russell having a discussion with Toto Wolff. And, yeah, I really don't get why Mercedes pit Russell was not the right decision. Even if we were still under a safety car, it was not the right decision because you cannot, around a track like this, give up track position. You just cannot do that. Poor decision from Mercedes. And we have seen that their strategy has left, at times, a lot to be desired. But yeah, 2 retirements already on lap 9 of Albon and Leclerc, 2 of the top 10 runners. And of course, that does mean more chances for the smaller teams or less good teams necessarily. Yeah, there we go. Red flag. And if you're wondering, it's a red flag because, obviously, after Albon crashed, just way too much gravel on the track. I would think this red flag is not going to last that long. I think the rule is that they need a 10-minute warning, is it? Before getting back out there. Something like that. But this has... actually, one thing we'll get into quickly is this red flag. Who does it help and who does it not help? Obviously, Mercedes, with their poor strategy decision, they have really cost Russell... really, I think they've cost Russell a podium here. Unless more craziness happens, I think they've really cost Russell big time in this race. This is, not great for Mercedes, and I just think the strategy from them really poor. Ferrari, obviously with Leclerc out of the race and Carlos Sainz down in P11. Also, he's a big loser of us having a red flag. And Carlos, he's going to have a tough time, really, coming back through the pack. We know the Ferrari car is not exactly stunningly quick. So yeah, those two teams, Mercedes and Ferrari, really not benefiting from the red flag. Who else not benefiting? Ocon not really benefiting. Obviously, he did pit early on. And race control just saying that the race will resume in 9 minutes' time. So we will be back underway, guys, very, very soon. So don't go anywhere. The Australian Grand Prix back underway very soon. I will make sure soon to post the link of the stream back out. So people can join us for the post-red flag action. Perez kind of helped, I'd say, by the red flag, up in 14th place. Still quite far away from the drivers that he maybe will be fighting with at the end of the race. The teams, though, that this helps is Red Bull, absolutely. Mercedes pitting Russell is exactly what Red Bull needed. And yeah, it's just brilliant for what do you call it, for the Red Bull team with that red flag coming out. And obviously now Lewis Hamilton, the sole Mercedes out front, will be under serious threat from Verstappen, who surely has to be the favourite to win now. Not massive favourite, because again, it is hard to overtake around this track, but yeah, surely has to be the favourite. Aston Martin, though, are the biggest winners, I would say, of the red flag. McLaren, you could say as well, but I'd say definitely Aston Martin, because they had a pretty bad start. Alonso dropped to 5th, and Stroll was in 7th behind a Williams, and then obviously Albon had his accident. And yes, Sainz and Russell pitting has really helped them. And one thing as well that really helps Aston Martin in view to possibly winning this race, which let's not discount that, by the way, because, Lewis Hamilton is in the lead, but Fernando Alonso had the fastest lap of the race in those first 8 laps. So, yeah, let's not discount Fernando. He, he's got the pace to get in that fight, and we could have a 3-way fight for the win now between Hamilton, Verstappen, and Alonso. And if Lewis can hold up Max for long enough, Fernando could win this race. He really could. But Lewis really needs to hold up Max for a super long time, to be honest. But Aston Martin benefiting massively from this. McLaren obviously benefiting massively. AlphaTauri benefiting with Tsunoda in 8th. Gasly up in 5th. That's great for them. And to be honest, that Alpine is not going to be easy necessarily to overtake for Russell or Sainz. So yeah, Gasly in a very good position. But yeah, McLaren and Aston Martin benefiting a lot from this red flag. And we will be back underway, guys, in 5.5 minutes or something like that. And yeah, just a reminder, we are on lap 9 out of 58. Here's a replay of Lewis Hamilton dive bombing Verstappen at turn 3. Verstappen complained he was pushed off the track, when in actual fact, he never went off the track. Can't be pushed off the track if you never go off it. Obviously, one thing we have seen with Max is that, when Lewis, or, when Max doesn't quite get the better of Lewis, he does get quite mad as he tries to impose himself on everyone, and obviously Lewis is not going to allow Max to impose himself on him. I mean, technically speaking, I think you could arguably say, yeah, Max was slightly off the track, but when the stewards are looking at, being pushed off the circuit, they're looking at, much clearer examples rather than that. I don't think that really counts as an example. But let me know, guys. Do you think Lewis Hamilton did unfairly push Max Verstappen off the circuit? Let me know in the live chat. By the way, I can see we're on 92 likes. Let's try and get up to 100 likes by the time the race gets going again in about 4 minutes' time. Before, though, we get going again, let me just post the link of the stream back out in a couple more places, and then we will get straight back into it. And hopefully, no more red flags. Obviously, used to be quite an occurrence in the Michael Massey era. Red flags. Hold on. Come join us for the resumption of racing Australia after the red flag I'll just quickly post the link out on Twitter as well. And then we'll get right back into it. And yeah, lap 9 out of 58. Still a long way to go. 49 laps to go. So, you know, we're not even a quarter of the way through this race. And already, so much has happened. Come on, just here for the resumption of racing in hold on, for the Australian Grand Prix after the red flag. Just quickly post a couple more hashtags. And hold on a minute. I'm going to join us here too. Right. So there you go. That's all done. Will it be a standing restart? As my Discord then. Oh, not Discord, my OBS. A bit of a freeze there. I can't remember. Is it a standing restart? I can't remember the last time we had a red flag. I'm trying to think, because in Japan we had a red flag, but I can't remember if it was a standing or a rolling start. I can't remember. They'll say on the screen anyway in a couple minutes. But yeah, red flag pretty much over in a minute or so, and it'll be lap 9 out of 58. And like I said, we've already had a very eventful race, and we've still got almost 50 laps to go. Let's hope the craziness continues. As just a replay of Alex Albon's accident again. Poor mistake. No need to be that aggressive. Lance Stroll wasn't exactly putting him under pressure. And yeah, just needed to really just get into the groove and look after his tyres. And, that was so close for Hulkenberg because there was this white dust from Albon's car. And I don't think Hulkenberg knew where Albon's car was. And Hulkenberg very nearly hitting Albon. That could have been really bad. Yeah, lucky there. But yeah, everything cleared away. The car, the gravel. So we can get back under racing. Also, with the tyres on screen, they are not necessarily correct. Because, of course, under a red flag, you can change your tyres. So everybody will probably put on a new set of tyres. Not sure if it will be a new compound of tyre. We'll see in a moment. But yeah, once I know who is on what compound, of course, I will update it on the screen. Given it's a free pit stop under the red flag, my guess is that pretty much everyone is going to put the hard tyre on. Because I think everyone probably will try to go to the end. And it will be a standing start, guys. So here we go. Possibly more craziness through turn 1 and turn 2 and 3 with Max Verstappen. Will he decide to send it on Hamilton? If he does, we could have some proper controversy. But I think pretty much everyone is on the hard tyre. And yeah, not surprised because, like I said, everyone wants to now try to get to the end of the race. And the hard tyre is the best tyre for this track. And the race underway again. Safety car will lead the cars around for one, basically formation lap. And then they will do a standing restart. I will let you know if anyone has decided to be a bit ambitious and go for a medium. I don't think anyone is going to go for a soft or anything. Will we, though, get another pit stop? Possibly. It is a possibility, but yeah, I don't think it's for sure that we will get another pit stop, as Lewis Hamilton, pretty sure he is on the hard tyre. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to put everyone on the graphic on the hard, obviously. Update it to the correct compound. Yeah, it'll be basically a formation lap on this lap 9. Then obviously once they get the race going again on the standing restart, it will then go to lap 10. And then we'll have, 49 complete laps to go of this Australian Grand Prix. And Verstappen on the radio. And one thing I am hoping that Red Bull, if they're sensible, knowing what Max can be like at times, I really hope they're telling Max, look, don't be going for anything silly on the restart, because they don't need Verstappen to go, super deep on the brakes and go off at turn 1 and take Hamilton with him. They really don't need any bullshit like that. There's Red Bull, they have got easily the best car here. They don't need to do anything silly like that. Right, so we've got De Vries in 12th and Sargent in 17th on the medium tyre. So let me just update that quickly. And yeah, Sargent on the medium. And then De Vries on the medium as well. As the car's now coming through the final corner. And they're about to get lined up for the resumption of racing in Melbourne. As here's a replay of a traffic jam. What the fuck was that? On the exit of turn 7 where Albon crashed, someone decided to just stop or go slow, and it caused a traffic jam, and an Alfa Romeo ended up just sailing into the gravel trap. Thankfully, not out of the race or anything. Looked like it was Valtteri Bottas. But we are on lap 10 now. And again, we are about to get back underway with the last few cars on the track. And yeah, already some heated moments between Hamilton and Verstappen. We know these two get pretty heated. Will we get more classic racing here in Melbourne? Here we go. Lights are on. 3 lights, 4 lights, and 5 lights. And we are back underway. Lewis Hamilton, brilliant start. Alonso, a better start than Verstappen. Will he go round the outside into turn 1? No, he won't. And Gasly is up to 4th. And George Russell is up to 5th. Lance Stroll, another poor start by him. And yeah, the top 3 are way fine. But Pierre Gasly up to 4th. Russell in 5th. Let me just watch the rest of the field come through. Oh, contact. And AlphaTauri of Nick De Vries, that looks as though it is. And De Vries, I think it is now basically, he's not quite in last place, but he nearly is. So there you go. We are back underway just about. And it is top 5. Hamilton, Verstappen, Alonso, Gasly, Russell, Stroll. As round the outside, Hulkenberg having a look at Lance Stroll, who really has had a poor race so far. Carlos Sainz is up to P10. And then you've got Piastri in 11th. Zhou Guanyu has had an amazing start. He's gone up to 12th place. And then it's Ocon in 13th. Perez has had a poor start. Magnussen's had a very good one. He is up to 14th. And then it is Perez, 15th. De Vries in 16th. And Valtteri Bottas in 17th as they all now begin lap 11. And Hamilton about 9/10 of a second clear of Verstappen. Max just got to wait until that DRS gets activated and then he can start to play games. But they're all away fine as Sainz sends it down the inside of Norris, and Norris kind and lets him go. So Carlos Sainz is up to 9th in the Ferrari. And here's a replay of the restart. And again, Verstappen, poor start. And thankfully, Alonso did not have a much better one than him. Stroll, though, getting mugged round the outside twice by Gasly and Stroll. Or Gasly and Russell, sorry. And then, yeah, can't quite see what happened with De Vries down the field. Oh, it was contact with the McLaren. Is it McLaren? I think it was Piastri. Yeah, I think it was Piastri. Not quite sure if there's anyone at fault for that. Can't really tell. Or was it Ocon? Oh, it was Ocon in the Alpine. And, well, Ocon did not have anywhere to go. So I don't think he caused a collision there. As we're on lap 12. And Max just half a second behind Hamilton. And he just needs that DRS activated. Obviously, 4 DRS zones you've got at this track. He just needs that. Atkins behind Lewis Hamilton in 3rd place. As Carlos Sainz is up to P8. And what other changes have we got? I think the rest of the field is as is. As Verstappen really close on Hamilton, coming up to the chicane, and Max Verstappen with a DRS has blown past Lewis Hamilton like he wasn't even there. And Max Verstappen leads in Australia, and surely that is game, set, and match. With the DRS open, Lewis Hamilton did not stand a chance. And there you go. So Verstappen, and already Max is 1.6 seconds clear of Hamilton. As now 1.8 seconds clear as they begin lap 13. What a brilliant lap from Max. And yeah, Red Bull clearly showing how quick they really are. As George Russell all over the back of Gasly. As Verstappen, a 1:21.4. That's 1.2 seconds quicker than the previous best fastest lap. And here's a replay. Once he got the DRS activator on the run to the turn 9-10 chicane, Hamilton literally did not have a chance. But that Red Bull with the DRS open is impossible to defend against at a part of the track like that. It really is. And Hamilton was made to look, as David Croft said, in Melbourne, like an F2 car. As George Russell has got DRS on Pierre Gasly. Will Russell go for the move at the chicane? Nope, he's going to wait. Gasly runs wide. But Russell's got to be careful because Lance Stroll is right on his tail as well. As Gasly defends again. And Russell round the outside. Does he get it done? Yes, he does. Brilliant move by George Russell as Max Verstappen now 2.5 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton on on lap 14 out of 58. An incident involving, I think, De Vries and Ocon under investigation for causing a collision. I'd be very surprised if he got a penalty for that. I think it'd be very harsh, to be honest, if he got a penalty for that. As Perez, there just overtaking Sargent for 15th place. And I've just seen Carlos Sainz has just overtaken Nico Hülkenberg for 7th. And Sargent is actually 16th, not in 18th. So there you go. And let me just quickly get the tyres correct, because Sargent and De Vries are on the mediums. So let me just, get that correct on the screen. De Vries on the mediums, along with Logan Sargent and everybody else on the hard tyre, trying to get to the end of this race. As Gasly still hanging on to the back of Russell. But Lance Stroll behind, definitely closer to him than Gasly is to Russell. As Max Verstappen now nearly 3.5 seconds clear. And Max is basically pulling away now by a second per lap. And, all the fun and games earlier, obviously, are all over, and now Max wants to build a good gap so he can get way far, way down the road and not have to worry. As Carlos Sainz dives down the inside of Stroll, and Stroll just doesn't really defend it. So Carlos Sainz up to 6th, and Stroll is being mugged left, right, and centre. No problems with his car, but yeah, Stroll has had such a bad race so far. Everybody having a go at him today. I got to say, Sainz has been pretty good since the safety car restart. Will Stroll, though, have a go back at Sainz? Probably not. The Ferrari quite a bit quicker in a straight line, but there's a really good fight going on with Gasly, Sainz, Stroll, Hülkenberg, as here comes Perez. Oh, that's a bit risky, but he goes for it and he gets it done. Up the inside of Magnussen into turn 9. And the entry to that fast chicane, but he gets it done. And brilliant there from Perez. Up to 14th. Here's a replay of Oscar Piastri. Contact with Yuki Tsunoda. And yes, Tsunoda is actually down to 10th. So Norris making some progress there. As Carlos Sainz tries to get after Gasly. Gasly, though, has DRS still from George Russell. So Sainz can't really do anything. As Sainz runs wide in turn 3, Stroll should be all over the back of him. We can't see Stroll, unfortunately. But, yeah. Very close racing. Great to see with all of these cars. As Sainz, yeah, losing a bit of time to Gasly now. And Pierre, obviously with the help of the 4 DRS zones, hanging on to the back of Russell. And I think Alpine are proving here, point I was making earlier, they've got potential on that car. And some of it, I think, being kind of delivered at the minute, because Gasly's pace is pretty good. He's not that much slower than Alonso. In 3rd place is Gasly at the minute. Obviously, DRS is helping him quite a bit, but still. As here comes Sergio Perez round the outside of Zhou Guanyu in and now up to 13th. Ocon has actually overtaken Zhou as well. So Zhou, not surprisingly, on his way down the order. As we're on lap 17, Max Verstappen has now calmed it down pace-wise out front and is now almost 4 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. And Perez is next potential victim, Esteban Ocon, but he will be difficult to overtake because, yeah, the Alpine looks pretty quick. As here is Fernando Alonso within a second of Lewis Hamilton, just 0.8 of a second behind. And that Aston Martin now starting to show its superior speed to the Mercedes. And here we go. Obviously, the racing between these two in Bahrain was spectacular. We'll see if that can keep up. Got to say, Max Verstappen maybe might have cooked his tyres a bit because Lewis Hamilton has actually been quicker than Max on this lap by a couple tenths of a second. As Alonso really now within a second, and we'll see where he can get close. As yeah, Lewis Hamilton as George Russell falling down the field, and I think Russell's engine has failed. Yes, it has. His engine has failed. George Russell is out of the Australian Grand Prix. Mercedes' race after lap 1 has just completely fallen apart. That is a proper engine failure. And a big fire at the back. And that could be a safety car. As all big fire, Russell needs to get out. That is getting quite, yeah. And that is a big failure for Mercedes. And virtual safety car has come out. Interesting. I thought they would have gone for the full safety car. A pit lane entry is closed as well. But yeah, Russell out of the race. So many big hitters having trouble today. Leclerc out. Russell out as well. Wow, what a race so far. We've still got 40 laps to go, and so much has happened. Right, so Russell is out of the race. And yeah, I noticed Russell started falling down the field, and you could see out the final corner a car having a bit of a smoke. And yeah, really, what a sad race for Russell. Was leading the race, looking good. Mercedes really fucked up his strategy, and then a killer blow, an engine failure. Didn't even make it halfway into the race, did Russell. And already 3 retirements. And we've been saying this, haven't we, guys, so far this season? These cars have been pretty unreliable this year. They really have. As, yeah, just a replay of Russell, I think, on board there when he got overtook by Gasly. This is really going well for Gasly, though. 4th place for Alpine. And, yeah, for those midfield teams, there are big points on offer. Look at McLaren, 8th and 10th. They could go up to 6th in the championship, possibly at this rate. I mean, Haas are in 7th, so they will as well. There are many possibilities for this race. As still the virtual safety car is out, as we are on lap 19. But, yeah, just want to make sure the order is correct on the screen. And actually, it is not. Valtteri Bottas has passed Nick De Vries. It's up to 16th place. As the virtual safety car has ended, and we are back underway. And Lewis Hamilton and Alonso still close out there. And Hamilton saying on the radio, Alonso's pretty quick. And yeah, he definitely is. Got the bit between his teeth. And he also says, don't know how we're going to make these tyres go to the end. And yeah, I'm starting to have doubts myself, as Perez forcing his ex-teammate to climb all over the road to keep Perez behind, as we're on lap 20 now. And Verstappen losing a bit more time. Yeah, Red Bull do not, with Verstappen in the last couple laps, green flag laps we've had. I don't know why. I don't know if Verstappen is managing an issue or something, but Max is not, since after he passed Hamilton, he doesn't seem to be super quick. Wonder what's going on up there, unless they're just literally managing the car. But yeah, it just feels weird. I expected Verstappen to be quite far up the road by now, but he's not. But, yeah, let me just update that, what do you call it? That, Nick De Vries is on the medium, and Bottas in 16th is on the hard. Yeah, Lewis Hamilton has now closed the gap down to 2.3 seconds. So either Verstappen is doing a really big tyre management, or their pace is not that good. As Perez, is he going to send it into turn 11? No. And Ocon is definitely not going to let him through after their days at Force India. Definitely not going to let that happen. As, hold on, let me update that it is lap 21. And yeah, Lewis Hamilton once again closing the gap to Max Verstappen. Gap 2.3 seconds. Like I said, either Max is really looking after his tyres and that's costing him pace, or that Red Bull is not that quick for whatever reason. As not Lando Norris, Oscar Piastri is all over the back of Tsunoda, who does not seem to be quick at all. He's dropped almost 4 seconds behind Lando Norris, and he's got 3 cars all over the back of him. As we now looking at this fight with Gasly, Sainz and Stroll. Carlos Sainz, though, not really able to do anything about Pierre Gasly. The Ferrari, yeah, not really quick enough to get past. And Alpine definitely showing here they have got a good car. As Perez has overtaken Ocon. He overtook Ocon at the first left-right chicane. Perez is up to P11 as Piastri tries to go around the outside of Tsunoda into turn 11. Verstappen, by the way, on that lap pulled away by quite a bit. He was about 5-6 tenths of a second quicker that lap. So, yeah, Max must be, to a degree, managing the car, managing the tyres. As incident involving Tsunoda and Piastri, no further investigation I think I saw there. And Perez, surely with their top speed compared to McLaren's, are going to... Perez is going to overtake very soon. As here's a replay of Perez on Ocon, up the inside. Again, like he did with Magnussen, very ambitious move. And credit to him. Perez still behind Piastri as Carlos Sainz looks a bit closer. Pierre Gasly. Alonso, by the way, has dropped to 2.1 seconds behind Hamilton. So Hamilton has pulled away as Gasly forced to defend a bit into the chicane. But Sainz not really getting close enough. Will he get close enough into turn 11? Not sure he will. No, he won't. And I've got to say, though, Pierre Gasly's pace compared to Alonso is pretty good. Yeah, Alpine, they've got a good car. Obviously, the Ferrari and the Aston Martin, certainly at the minute, look faster. But yeah, it's looking good, that Alpine. As Sergio Perez, here is a replay of him going round the outside of Oscar Piastri into turn 9. Brilliant move. And Perez flying his way through the field. And up to 10th. It won't really get difficult as Gasly has to defend the inside there a bit of turn 3 against Carlos Sainz. Yeah, it won't really get difficult for what do you call it? It won't get difficult for Perez really until he gets to this fight between Gasly, Sainz and Stroll. As these cars are quite a bit faster. As Nick De Vries, I've just seen, is back past Valtteri Bottas. The De Vries up to 16th. And let me try, if I can, and update that. As here goes Perez round the outside of Tsunoda into turn 9. And Perez up to P9. I will update that in just a moment. One update that De Vries is on the medium and Bottas is on the hard compound tyre as Max Verstappen now nearly 4.5 seconds clear of what do you call it? Of Lewis Hamilton. As we're now lap 24 out of 58. What a race we've had so far. As Pierre Gasly, by the way, I'm not sure if Alonso's cooked his tyres or anything, as Sainz getting really close to the back of Gasly in turn 3. I'm not sure if Alonso's cooked his tyres or anything, but Gasly has took like 7 or 8 tenths of a second out of Fernando in the last 2 or 3 laps. So, yeah, Aston Martin are not very quick right now. Alonso really suffering. And Gasly looking really good in the Alpine. And Alpine, I think, are proving here. We saw glimpses of this in Saudi Arabia. They are proving that they have got a car that's in that mix with Mercedes and Aston Martin on pace. They're not maybe as quick, but they're in the mix. And if they can just, you know, make even more improvements, then maybe Alpine will be a front-running team as well. That'll certainly make things more exciting. As Pierre Gasly continues to catch Fernando Alonso, gap now down to 1.4 seconds. As Max Verstappen does the fastest lap, Lewis saying on the radio, a long way to go on this tyre. I don't feel like it will go all the way. As the gap now between Verstappen and Hamilton, almost 6 seconds. Max, incredibly quick on that lap, and did a fastest lap of a 1:21.8. Verstappen getting on with it. As, down the inside of Gasly goes Carlos Sainz. Can he make the move stick? Yes, he can. What a race Carlos Sainz has had, and he's up to P4. And Lance Stroll right on the back of Gasly, so maybe we'll get some overtaking there. But Carlos Sainz sent it on Gasly. And yeah, brilliant move. And yeah, Carlos has been brilliant since the restart. Ferrari haven't looked that bad, I've got to say. They definitely look better in the race than what I expected. And yeah, sold him the dummy. Gasly didn't think he was going to go for it. And then he did. Brilliant from the Spaniard. And now Sainz needs to have a look at getting after Alonso, who is a couple seconds up the road. Gasly, though, is probably going to just stick to the back of Sainz. So Carlos says it's not going to be totally smooth for him. As here is this epic three-way fight for 10th between Tsunoda, Piastri, Ocon, which rages on as Ocon thinks about sending it into turn 12, but thinks better of it, thankfully. As Verstappen now 6 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton on lap 26 out of 58. And guys, let me know in the chat what you're thinking of this race. This has been such a good race. This has been the best Australian Grand Prix we have had in a long time. So much action. And this is Formula One really at its absolute best as Piastri tries to imitate his predecessor at McLaren, also Australian, Daniel Ricciardo at turn 3, but Tsunoda a bit too far ahead of him. But yeah, what a race we have had. So much racing going on out there. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And we're not even halfway through the race yet. We've still got another 3 laps, I think, to get to that. So yeah, just what an amazing race we've had so far. Crazy scenes. And even more crazy stuff. Ocon. Is he going to go round the outside of Piastri at the chicane? What a move by Esteban Ocon. Round the outside of Piastri at the turn 9-10 chicane. The Australians and the crowd won't like it, but that is an absolute stunner from Ocon. What an overtake. And Ocon is up to 11th place on lap 27. And surely he will pass Tsunoda. That Alpine is so much quicker. As we're now looking at who is this? This is Lance Stroll, right behind Pierre Gasly. And yeah, Gasly has hung on to the back of Carlos Sainz. And if that Ferrari starts to suffer with tyre wear issues, Alpine will surely come back at Sainz with Gasly. Got to say, Gasly is having a really good race. Really good race. It's heading for a really good points haul. And, of course, you know, at this track, 4 DRS zones definitely helps the overtaking here. But, you know, it is definitely a way to make racing more exciting around a track like this. As Gasly really starting to get close to Sainz as Ocon easily passes Tsunoda on the run to turn 9. And Ocon is up to 10th. And Ocon, you know, with Gasly doing what he's doing, really Ocon, you know, should be moving up the field a bit further yet. Because, I mean, obviously he's not going to be fighting with Perez, but really, you would expect Ocon to overtake Norris and Hülkenberg before the end. So Alpine heading for a very good result here. What is it? Bottas, I think, has repassed Nick de Vries out there. As Carlos Sainz, about 1.8 seconds behind Alonso. Gasly still within a second of the Ferrari. Sergio Perez, though, interestingly, since he's made his overtakes, and I know obviously Tsunoda held up the cars behind him quite a bit, but Perez, 4.5 seconds behind Norris. I'm surprised that Perez is not really closing the gap that quickly to Lando Norris. Yeah, Sergio not that quick right now, as Max Verstappen is 7 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton. And still a fight raging on for 4th, 5th, and 6th. And yeah, Bottas is in 16th place. And Max Verstappen is on lap 29 now, 7 seconds clear. And yeah, still halfway we are now into the race. Still plenty of stuff hopefully to come up. Just want to say quickly, guys, as we're halfway through, don't forget to subscribe for more content like this, because we do qualifying and race watch-alongs for every Grand Prix this season. And of course, don't forget to smash that like button. It does help the channel grow. Currently on 112 likes. Let's try and get up to like 130 or so by the end of the race if we can. But I'll just update that Bottas is on the hard tyre. And then De Vries is on the medium. It's Piastri really close to Tsunoda. Obviously, this battle still raging on. And Piastri has got to overtake, because now Zhou and Magnussen are in this little train. Tsunoda, very well, is the slowest car on track. And Piastri does get the move done. And he's up to P11. Great move from the Aussie. And just needs a retirement, really, at this point from someone in the top 10, I think, to nick a point. Not sure he'll have the pace to get a point at this rate, as we're on lap 30 now. And Piastri, yeah, brilliant move from the outside. And, yeah, surely we'll now just pull away very quickly from Tsunoda, as Gasly still hanging on to the back of Sainz. And Carlos has dropped half a second to Alonso. So maybe those Ferrari tyres starting to drop off now. And if they are, then Alpine will be licking their lips. Remember, Alpine are how many points behind? 18 points behind Ferrari in the championship. Currently, Alpine are heading for 11 points, Ferrari heading for 12. So if Gasly can beat Sainz in this race, and Ocon can gain a couple more positions, and Alpine will close the gap to the Ferrari team, and maybe Alpine can fight Ferrari this season. I think I'm definitely more so convinced that that is a possibility now, because I think we're seeing clear evidence of it here. As lap 31, Max Verstappen, now 8 seconds clear. Alonso, by the way, pace definitely improving. He's now just 1.4 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton. I think with certain cars, certain cars having a drop-off in pace here or there for some laps, I think that's more so just to manage the tyres. Because, of course, all of these teams want to get to the end of the race. They do not want to pit again, because the trouble of coming back through the field, just it won't make it worth it. I mean, yes, the 4 DRS zones, it's making it a lot easier to overtake. That is clear to see, but it still is hard to overtake here. So, yeah, that's what they're, trying to do. And, well, Lewis Hamilton, we've heard complaining that, well, not complaining, but just saying, I don't think the tyres will get to the end, and there is still obviously quite a way to go in this race. If Lewis was to pit now, though, he would come out as, hold on, Zhou, is he going to go around the outside of Tsunoda at the chicane? No, he is not. And Zhou has to wait, as Kevin Magnussen is right on his tail. And Magnussen, where is he? I don't know exactly. And he's around the outside of Zhou. And Zhou keeps the position. Would have been great if they cut on board to Magnussen, but no. As we're on lap 32, and Alonso, yeah, looks definitely closer to Hamilton. But yeah, if Lewis was to pit now, he would come out quite far down the field. He would come out, I think, between Magnussen and Logan Sargent. So he'd come out in, 14th place. Obviously, can't afford to do that. The only thing he can do, Lewis, is obviously bang in some great laps and hope he builds a gap. But, I mean, Hamilton, obviously only 1.2 seconds clear of Alonso. Carlos Sainz a further 1.7 down the road. And Carlos has got 2 cars hot on his tail. So, a few of the cars behind are very close really, to Hamilton in this race. And then you've got Hülkenberg only 3 seconds behind Stroll, and Norris closing down on Hülkenberg and only a second and a half behind. So I've got to say, and I said this after Saudi Arabia, and I'll say this again, and this is why I don't think people should give up on this season. It's really close this year between the teams. I know Red Bull are, got the best car. That's clear to see. But for the rest of the teams, it is really close out there. It really, really is. As Sergio Perez does the fastest lap of the race, a 1:21.4. What a lap that is from Perez. As Alonso did gain some time on that lap, but I think it's now dropped back a bit. Maybe made a mistake. But yeah, after Red Bull, you can clearly see here, it is so close right now in Formula 1 with Mercedes, Aston Martin, Ferrari, Alpine, Haas and McLaren don't even look that far back. And with these wind tunnel rules, who can develop more, at certain parts of the season, the lower down teams, it really is closing things up. So, like I said, don't give up on 2023. Things, I'm sure, will get more exciting. And this race has been, something else. As Carlos Sainz getting a bit closer to Alonso. Gasly still hanging on. Lance Stroll, almost, I think is, or was briefly, rather, over a second behind, and it actually has lost the DRS. So Stroll got to work hard now to get back in that DRS zone. Lewis saying, guys, they can't be on the same strategy as us, mate. And Mercedes responding, if they were to stop again, Lewis, they would come out far down the field. Probably, that's what they were saying. I'm not sure. It was quite a long message and I didn't have time to read it, to be honest. Well, I think what we're seeing here clearly is Aston Martin managed their tyres better. And Lewis obviously frustrated about that. But there's nothing he can do other than just bring it home and finish in second. But even that is, at the minute, not a assured thing. As Carlos Sainz now just 1.2 seconds behind Alonso. Gasly still within a second of Sainz and has still got that DRS. So we have got, for second place, really, a four-way fight. Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz, Gasly, and Lance Stroll is only a second and a half behind Gasly. And Stroll, has lost that DRS assistance, which really does not help. But, we have got definitely an exciting final, 24 laps of this race. As we're looking at Sergio Perez here, it's just a second and a half behind Lando Norris, who's running a great race in 8th. Couple seconds behind Nico Hülkenberg. And if McLaren, as it stands, if McLaren do finish in the positions they're in, then McLaren will go up to, they will go up off, obviously, the bottom of the championship, and they will go up to 8th in the championship, I'm pretty sure. As Zhou Guanyu has overtaken Yuki Tsunoda. So Tsunoda continues to fall back. Alfa Romeo, at least with Zhou, having a bit of a better race than what we saw in qualifying, as Magnussen now tries to overtake. But let me know, guys, in the chat who finished on the podium. Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz, Gasly or Stroll. It really could be any of those 5 drivers. As Valtteri Bottas, I've just seen, has overtaken Logan Sargent. Of course, Sargent and De Vries, the only drivers to restart the race on the medium. And clearly that proving to be a bad decision. And those two really should just pit again. Because, I mean, what are they going to lose at this point? And disappointing race for Williams. But of course, Alex Albon is the one that cost them a good result with his mistake. As we are on lap 36 out of 58. And we're still watching Tsunoda and Magnussen having a bit of a fight and hanging onto the back of Zhou. There's Ricciardo, obviously third driver, reserve driver. And there he is, big smile. Good to see him. And good to hear as well that he's happy again. Seems a lot happier than the mental turmoil he was in during last year. So that's really good to see. As Alonso still a second and a half behind Hamilton. Carlos Sainz 1.1 behind Alonso, and Gasly just 6-7 tenths of a second behind Carlos Sainz. Lance Stroll really dropping behind now, and him losing that DRS activation has really cost him now because he's a couple seconds behind Gasly. So he's got to really get grinding away and just try and fight back. Obviously, Gasly is being helped by the 4 DRS zones. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, needs to try and get on with it. As Kevin Magnussen has passed Yuki Tsunoda and Zhou Guanyu. So Magnussen somehow is up to 12th place. Unless I am, unless I missed something that was on the screen that I just clearly missed. Not quite sure how that happened. So obviously passed Tsunoda earlier on, and then big dive bomb on Zhou into turn 11. Brilliant move from Magnussen. And is Logan Sargent, by the way, who has pitted and is now last, and he's on the hard compound tyre. And it's heading for last place most likely unless Nick De Vries decides to pit. Of course, all the teams have used, I'm pretty sure at this point, 2 different types of compounds, so they don't have to pit again. But Sargent in 17th. Max Verstappen just did the fastest lap of the race, lap 38 now, and a 1:21.4 for Max Verstappen. And Alonso visibly does look, as Lewis Hamilton that occasion did the fastest lap of 1:21.4. Brilliant from Hamilton. And Lewis saying, these guys behind are quick. These guys are quick behind, mate. And yeah, they are. And they are hungry for a podium. As Gasly, I think, might be just struggling now to hang on to Sainz. Because he's starting to dip now over a second off. I think he's lost the DRS now, unless he regains it for the final DRS zone for the lap. I think he might have regained it just about. Really, Gasly just needs to hold on and keep within a second. Because as long as he keeps within a second of Sainz, he can drag himself along and hope that Lewis, Fernando, maybe Carlos have troubles in the end. And maybe Alpine could get a podium. Alpine, remember, have not had a podium. As we're on lap 39 now. Alpine have not had a podium since... Hungary? 2021, was it? Or is it Qatar, sorry. 2021. I think it was. That's Max Verstappen, fastest lap on that occasion. 9.5 seconds clear of Lewis Hamilton, who has given everything to stay ahead of these 3. As there's Jack Doohan, the Alpine Academy driver and Formula 2 driver. And poor weekend for Doohan. Finished 8th in the feature race earlier. And poor home race, unfortunately. As Lance Stroll now 2.5 seconds nearly behind. Sergio Perez just over a second behind Norris, so we might get some overtaking there. Impressive pace from Norris, though, to still be ahead of Perez. So, McLaren can be happy about that to a certain extent. And thankfully for Sky F1, they've got Otmar Saf now from the Alpine pit wall. And Alpine are in a front-running position. I've got to say, Pierre Gasly, I mean, we have given him some criticism in the last year or so for, his last year at AlphaTauri. He wasn't quite delivering what he could. And maybe this season didn't start off the greatest. Obviously had a good first race after a poor qualifying. But I've got to say, I think Gasly has probably been driver of the day, maybe, you could argue, today in Australia. Because, for him to be 5th in the Alpine and be hanging on the way he is and be consistently quick. I know, again, the DRS zones, they are helping, but Alpine have, they've got good pace to a certain extent. It's not just the DRS zones helping them. So yeah, Gasly, I think we've got to definitely mention him as a contender for driver of the day, and possibly the driver of the day, because yeah, what a drive from him. And he is quite a bit closer now to Carlos Sainz than he was previously. Sainz now nearly 1.7 seconds behind Alonso, and Gasly about 0.6 of a second behind Sainz as they come into the turn 9-10 chicane. Yeah, Gasly, great job by him. Good to see him back to more of his 2021 or even 2020 form. Yeah, good on Pierre for having a good race. And like I said, if Gasly can overtake Carlos, then Alpine will outscore Ferrari today. And given this speed that they've shown, I think Alpine, they've got a decent chance of fighting with Ferrari a few times this season. As Max Verstappen did another fastest lap. Lewis Hamilton wasn't that much slower though. And one thing I want to quickly talk about is Red Bull are clearly the quickest team here, but their pace compared to the rest of the field is not as big, this weekend at least, as it was in the first two races. And Mercedes have definitely gained a bit of time. There is no doubt about that, and are definitely maximising this car they've got quite a bit more. As Verstappen, a 21-0 on that occasion. Red Bull still quite a bit quicker. We have to, clearly say that. Red Bull have looked, on average, I would say, since Verstappen passed Hamilton, probably about 1/3 of a second quicker. But, it was a lot worse for Mercedes, obviously, in the first two races. So, yeah, really great job for Mercedes to improve. And if they can keep that improvement up, especially with those upgrades coming at Imola, maybe Mercedes will roar back into life when the European season gets underway. A 1:20.9 on that occasion. Verstappen reeling off the fastest laps and trying to pound his opposition into the dirt. And really, at this point, the only fights on track, as Alonso has dropped back a bit on Hamilton, the only fights on track really is Sainz versus Gasly for 4th, and Zhou versus Magnussen for P12. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on all of that. So we've got 16 laps to go. Remember, guys, to stick around until after the Australian Grand Prix here, because of course I will be doing a reaction to this brilliant Australian Grand Prix. And make sure to stick around to let me know who you think driver of the day was, how good the race was, and let me know what you thought of certain drivers and teams' performances. As Sergio Perez is now, within a second of Norris, and has got the DRS. Lando Norris, though, has closed the gap a tiny bit more to Hulkenberg, so that's an interesting fight shaping up. Maybe Norris versus Hulkenberg for what could be 8th and 9th if Perez can clear his way past here. But as well, if Red Bull were as quick as they were in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia this weekend, Perez would have been past these two quite a while ago. And it's, we've got 15 laps to go. And Perez, who just does the fastest lap of the race, is still really stuck in the midfield. So again, it is good omens, I think, for the rest of the season that Red Bull, they can't really develop this car that much this season. And, they are not. From what I've seen this weekend, I think I've seen definitely more hope as to other teams possibly winning in 2023. But I can see, by the way, we're on 121 likes. Let's try and get up to 130 if we can by the end of the race. And yeah, thank you guys, obviously, all for smashing that like button as Sergio Perez overtakes Lando Norris, and is up to 8th place and should pass Hülkenberg. Then realistically, I think that'll be it for Perez. Don't think he'll be able to get after Stroll, to be honest. I think Lance Stroll will be just a tad too quick for Perez to catch him in time. And yeah, Lando not defending it, and rightfully so, because, yeah, Perez in the Red Bull just way too quick. But great performance by Norris, and great performance by McLaren. And Norris, really, he wants to get after Hülkenberg. It just needs to hang in the within a second of Perez if he can, and just bring himself closer that way to Hülkenberg. As on lap 44, Hamilton 10.3 behind Verstappen, Alonso 1.7 behind Lewis. Carlos Sainz still has got Gasly right on his tail. And now we've got a three-way fight for 7th place with Hülkenberg, Perez, and Norris. Obviously, Hülkenberg and Perez used to be teammates at Force India. Will Hülkenberg defend against Perez? No, he won't. Who sends out the inside? Can Lando Norris close the gap now? Yes, he can. So Norris should now be able to really have a fight with Hülkenberg. So Perez up to 7th. And like I said, I don't think Perez will go any further than that. And Lando Norris getting quite close in the slipstream to Hülkenberg. And I do sense that the Haas's tyres might be starting to suffer. And will Lando decide to send it at turn 3? Not quite close enough. But yeah, that Haas definitely looks as though it needs the end of the race to come very soon. Looks as though it might be running out of tyres, to be honest. But, right. So, yeah, lap 45 it is. And what a race it's been. I've got to say, despite us having a safety car and a red flag, we have whizzed through this race. We're pretty much an hour and a half through the race, despite having a red flag. So we are really, yeah, like I said, whizzing through this race. It's been a really short race. And the speed of these cars, it's making it, yeah, just a very short race. And I've noticed that this season, that the races have been a lot shorter in length than what I'm used to. If this continues, when we get to the Red Bull Ring, the race is only going to be probably an hour long. Given how the lap, what do you call it? The lap times there are like, what, 1 minute, like 2, 1 minute 3. As Hülkenberg still has DRS from Perez, but Perez is starting to pull away more. And what Norris needs is Perez to scamper down the road, because Lando needs to take his chance. And Perez, can he pull out over a second? We will see. Still about 0.8 of a second. Pierre Gasly still within a second of Carlos Sainz. Carlos Sainz, though, has dropped back a bit from Alonso. And Alonso, I think, might have just been saving his tyres a bit, because he's now just 1.2 seconds behind Lewis Hamilton in the fight for second. And Hülkenberg still has DRS from the back of Perez. As Logan Sargent has just overtaken Nick De Vries for 16th. And I think that's because De Vries has pitted. Sargent is up to P16. As we are on lap 47, I'm pretty sure. Yep, we are. And Alonso does the fastest lap of the race, a 1:20.8, I think that was. As Nick De Vries goes onto the soft tyre. It clearly wants to get the fastest lap for what's been a poor race for him. So he's on the soft, and Sargent is on the hard. And yeah, Alonso just over a second behind. All Alonso needs to do is get within a second and get that DRS activated. Because if he can, I reckon he can have a go at Hamilton. But he just cannot get within a second. He's not quick enough in the first two sectors, I don't think, to really get close enough. Oh, Max Verstappen! Max Verstappen just had a spin. I think his tyres were... he looked like he just recovered from a spin or something. And yes, he clearly made a mistake. He just lost about 4 seconds. So Verstappen making an error. Wow. Let's see what happens. So through turn 12, now into the penultimate corner of 13. Locks up, goes deep and goes onto the grass. And lucky not to spin. And Verstappen saying, I keep, on the radio says, I keep front locking there. It's really shit. And yeah. Lucky they didn't spin on the exit. And lucky the grass is not wet or anything. Because that could have been very bad for Verstappen. And yeah, Hamilton ended up gaining 3.3 seconds on that lap as Sergio Perez does the fastest lap. I'd be interested to see if Norris is now and yes, Norris now has DRS on Hulkenberg like he did, but Hulkenberg no longer has DRS activation from Perez. So that's a straight fight now for 8th. As there's Kylie Minogue in the Red Bull pits. And Verstappen losing a bit more time on this lap, another few tenths of a second. Maybe they'll inform Hamilton of what's just happened and give him something maybe to push for. Norris on the exit of turn 11, right behind Hulkenberg. And yeah, got very close there. And that Haas quite clearly is struggling on its tyres. And can Lando Norris get the move done? Not into turn 1, but maybe into turn 3 if he gets a good run. And is it a good run? It's okay. And will he send it? No, he's not going to. But surely 8th place is a possibility for Lando Norris. As he continues to hunt him down. And, yeah, gets a good run on the exit of turn, I think, 7, that is. Where Albon crashed. Gap out front, by the way, now 7.6 seconds. And, yeah, Norris, can he have a go now? Into turn 11. Does he get a good exit from the chicane? Yes, he does. Hulkenberg has to defend now to the inside. Does he? Oh, Hulkenberg. That was a very late move, I've got to say, in defending against Norris. And I think Lando might complain about that. That was quite late as Verstappen now does a fastest lap, a 1:20.3. Just to put his foot down. Gasly, by the way, still within a second of Carlos Sainz. That fight not over. And let's see from on board whether that was a dangerous move. And yeah. And Lando saying on the radio, he moved after I moved. And yeah, that was naughty from Hulkenberg. Norris made his move for the inside, and then Hulkenberg at the last minute moved across just to block. And yeah, could have been, very dangerous if Norris was coming at him a bit quicker. As Hulkenberg now on the radio, probably complaining that his tyres are gone or something, because they definitely don't look good. Norris still within a second of Hulkenberg, a bit further behind on this occasion. Will he have a go, though? Norris into turn 11. Gets a great run through the chicane. I think he'll be able to go for it again. Hulkenberg, will he defend? Yes, he does. Norris round the outside. He'll have to do a switchback. Hulkenberg does run a tad wide, but gets a good exit and keeps ahead. And this is vital for McLaren because, 4 points with this poor McLaren car would be a great result for them before they bring their, big new upgrade in Baku. And if they were to overtake Hulkenberg here with Norris, then McLaren would go onto 4 points, and that would put them level with Alfa Romeo in the championship, and they would go ahead of Haas in the championship. Currently, Haas will go up to 6th. That's why Günther Steiner there on the Haas pit wall, desperate that Hulkenberg holds on, because this would be vital for the Haas team. A Haas team that have had a pretty decent start to 2023, I have to say. As Norris closer on this occasion into the chicane. Can he get a better exit? He does get a good one. What can he do though? Down to turn 11 and still can't really do anything. But he gets a great exit. Will he go down the inside? Yes, he does. And he forces Hulkenberg out of it. And Hulkenberg has to go a bit onto the gravel. And Lando Norris is up to 8th place. Vital move there by Lando Norris. And the move is done. And surely Lando can now clearly and comfortably secure 8th place in this race. Let's see a replay of what happened. So Hulkenberg defends to the inside again. Ran a bit more wide that time. Norris got a better exit. Then went up the inside, and nothing Norris did that was wrong. He actually left Hulkenberg a bit of space on the exit of turn 12, and Hulkenberg just ran wide trying to fight it. And really should not have tried to fight it, because now he's put himself at a bit of a disadvantage compared to Norris. Yeah, Norris in 8th and should stay in 8th, as now we're looking at Magnussen versus Zhou for P12. But at the minute, Max Verstappen heading for 26 points. And with Sergio Perez only in 7th. Yeah, Max Verstappen is going to be, I think, 20 points clear in the championship at the checkered flag. Alonso is 14 points behind Perez coming into this race. As it stands, Alonso will be, I think, 5 points behind Perez. And then Lewis Hamilton will be up to 4th in the championship, ahead of Carlos Sainz and George Russell. Lance Stroll will be 7th, and then in 8th place still will be Charles Leclerc. Actually, no, it won't. It'll be Pierre Gasly who will go ahead of Leclerc. Anyway, enough of the championship for now. Obviously, the race hasn't finished yet, as Verstappen leads by 8.5 seconds. And we are looking at, Magnussen versus Zhou, as Magnussen, I thought he had an issue. His tyre is blown off. He's had a tyre failure. Or a wheel failure or something. Some sort of suspension issue. And he is out of the race. I thought he had an issue. I saw a lot of sparks. And Kevin Magnussen, well, very random, is out. And surely that's a safety car. The whole tyre is on the track. That's got to be a safety car. As Sergio Perez does a new lap record of 1:20.2. Where is the safety car? Surely they've got to deploy it. There's not even a yellow flag waving. As Magnussen out of the race. And I don't understand what we're looking at. As maybe Magnussen did. Is that why the tyre fell off? Did he touch the barrier? Yep, safety car. Here we go, guys. We are going to get, hopefully, a really exciting finish here. But yeah, Magnussen is out of the race. And by the looks of it, he's hit the barrier on the exit of turn 2. And then it's just completely broken the wheel and the tyre. The tyre's just completely fallen off the car. Of course, everyone is on pretty much the same compound in terms of, not just compound, but they've all obviously pitted. Or, you know, when the race resumed, they all were on the same tyre, and they've all not pitted since, is what I'm trying to say. Mercedes were out in the pits, but Lewis Hamilton has stayed out, which I think is the right decision, because if Hamilton had pit, then really would have just thrown away the podium, and that would have been a stupid decision. It would have been another failure from Mercedes, and yeah, that's what happened. What a stupid crash from Magnussen. Hit the barrier on the exit of turn 2, and literally, as soon as he hit the barrier, I got to say, very weird, the tyre literally just popped off the car. So he must have hit it really hard. But, right, so Magnussen is out of the race. And then you've got De Vries on the soft. And then everybody else on the hard, unless I am notified as to anything different. But on this restart, guys, can the positions change around? Will we get someone different on the podium? Will Max Verstappen possibly lose the win? That would be incredible if that was to happen. Gotta say. What will happen on this restart? We are about to find out. As Lewis Hamilton says, there's so much debris out there. And, yeah, there is a bit of debris. I wouldn't say there's so much debris. I think it's really just the tyre. I think Lewis there, to be fair, is probably just trying to exaggerate. So that the... oh, red flag! The race has been red flagged. I'm really not sure that was red flag a bull, though. I'm really not sure it was. And I've got to be honest. I think this might be another case of the FIA trying to just make things more exciting rather than, you know, rather than, what do you call it? Rather than throwing out the red flag for the right reasons. The only reason I can think that they've thrown out the red flag is not for the tyre barrier. The tyre barrier looks okay enough. I think it's probably because the only reason I think it could be, the only legitimate reason, is that the only way they can get Magnussen's car off the track is with a tow truck. And obviously, especially since Japan, and it always should be the case, that if the tow truck is on the track, automatic red flag. So there you go. Red flag. And yep, it's because the tractor's out there. That's why. So red flag, right decision. So scratch what I said. And yeah, we're going to have a standing restart. So this standing restart really could... well, it will pretty much decide the race. And Max Verstappen, of course, remember, guys, has had, so far today, we've had 2 standing starts, and Max Verstappen has had 2 poor starts. So, yeah, this could be a real classic end to what has been a brilliant Australian Grand Prix. But don't go anywhere, because we have still got, even though there's 3... or not even 3, it'll be like 2 laps to go pretty much, similar to Baku in 2021. Yeah, there'll be 2 racing laps left once the red flag comes back in. I'd imagine that they'll be back in their cars probably in 15 minutes, and we'll be back out there. As Verstappen talking to the engineers on the Red Bull pit wall. And obviously the concern for Red Bull will be, like I said, Max today has had 2 poor standing starts, and obviously the win was all there for him, and then, was, could really be taken away from him if he has another poor start, because, put it this way, if Lewis Hamilton even gets a sniff of a gap, he is going to go for it. He hasn't won a race, Lewis Hamilton, in a year and a half. But like I said, if he gets a sniff, he will go for a gap. So Verstappen has got to make sure he gets the start right, or else he is screwed. And Alonso, of course, a master of starting on the grid. Hasn't had great starts, or the greatest starts today, I've got to say. As, right, so, yeah, we've got, just a reminder, we're under a red flag. It's lap 56 out of 58. The race will get going again. But, yeah, the field is, and this is what the field will be for the restart of the race. It will be Verstappen from Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz, Gasly, Stroll, Perez, Norris, Hulkenberg, Ocon, Piastri, Zhou, Tsunoda, Bottas, Sargent, De Vries. And your retirements at the minute are Kevin Magnussen, George Russell, Alex Albon, and Charles Leclerc. I know people might be disappointed that, we've got a red flag, and, what do you call it? That, maybe people think the red flag is not justified, but, again, the agreement is that, that, what do you call it? That, if you, as the Alfa Romeo, they're being pushed in front of all of the cars, because obviously they are going to unlap themselves when we get going again. And I'm assuming race control will let us know very soon when we will be getting going again. What was I going to say? Yeah, you may think it's not justified, but again, the agreement, and it is the correct agreement, was that any time a tow truck or a tractor has to come onto the track, as the race, by the way, guys, will resume in, 9 minutes from now, or 10 minutes from now. So we are, not far away from being back underway for what could be a classic finish to a brilliant Australian Grand Prix. I'm assuming, as well, everyone will be on the soft tyre on the restart. That would make sense, to be honest. As George Russell there, obviously out of the race, having a look at the Red Bull and the detail of it. What was I going to say? Yeah, with a tow truck and a tractor, when they come out onto the track, it is supposed to be an automatic red flag. So, yeah, that is the right decision. And yeah, we will see what will happen. And yeah, not too long until we are back underway. Another, 8 minutes or so. So quickly, before we get into the restart of this race, I'm going to have a quick drink. We've been, I've been live for nearly 4 hours now, and this race has gone quite a bit longer than I expected. Been a lot more dramatic than I expected, I've got to say. And yeah, I'll just have a quick drink a second. There you go. That's better. And Magnussen's car, behind the track now, behind the wall, and parked next to Charles Leclerc's car. And haven't seen Charles Leclerc since the obviously since he fell out of the race. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Leclerc was already on a plane back home to Monaco. What's been a shocking start for his season. He's not even finished in the top 5 once. His only finish of the season was in Saudi Arabia, where he finished in 7th only. And, well, if you look at that first lap incident, I don't think he was at fault. I don't think Stroll was at fault. It was just a collision, really. But anyway, we'll be back underway very soon. Before we get underway, though, let me just quickly repost a link of the stream out to let people know that we are about to have a standing restart right at the end. And then we will get straight into this. So let me know in the chat, guys. Who do you think will win? Do you think Verstappen will hang on for these final 2 laps of racing we'll have? Let me know in the live chat. Come join us here for the final 2 laps as we have a standing restart once again in Australia. And I'll just quickly throw the link out on Twitter. And then, yeah, we'll get properly into this restart. Got to say, my neck hurts quite a bit. Obviously, from turning my head to look back at the screen, look at the TV, and all of that, yeah, is in quite a bit of pain. But I will brave through it to bring you guys his final 2 laps. Come join us here for the final 2 laps of the standing restart for the Australian Grand Prix. And let me just do a couple hashtags quickly. Let me see if we can do any more. No, right. So, right. So yeah, let me come to join us here. Hold on. Do Watchalong. Right. So that's all done. So guys, who do you think will win the Australian Grand Prix? Will Max hang on? Will Alonso finish in second? Will Alonso do a Alonso special and overtake both Verstappen and Hamilton to win? That would be the stuff made of legend. But he is a legend, of course, Fernando. And we've seen him overtake 2 cars on a single lap. Obviously, the last time he won a race, almost 10 years ago, in early May 2013 in Barcelona, he went round the outside of 2 cars at turn 3. Imagine if he did something like that on this restart. I'm pretty sure I would scream my head literally off my shoulders if that was to happen. But yeah, couple more minutes, guys, and we will be back underway. And it will be lap 56 out of 58. But again, once they get lined up on the grid, it will then be lap 57 out of 58. But let me just quickly do the tyres. I'm pretty sure everyone is going to be on the soft tyre, so I'm just going to put everyone on the soft tyre. It would be so stupid to be on the medium or the hard, obviously, on the restart with, no time pretty much left in the race. So let me just quickly do that. To be honest, I mean, I like to, let you guys know what I think will happen, but I have absolutely no idea what's going to happen on this restart. I mean, look at Baku a couple years ago. We were in a similar situation. We had, I think, just 2 final racing laps that we had. I thought it would that Lewis Hamilton would have a great chance at winning that race and getting Perez on the restart. He did get Perez on the restart and then went deep, and then we had other craziness going on, and it ended up being just an absolutely bonkers end during what was a absolutely bonkers F1 season. But couple more minutes and we will be underway for what will be pretty much a formation lap. And yeah, everyone will be on the soft tyre, and the restart will be in 2 minutes exactly, guys, from now. They have started the countdown on the TV broadcast. A reminder, Magnussen, Russell, Albon, Leclerc out of the race, and the order on the restart will be Verstappen on pole, Hamilton second, Alonso third, Sainz fourth, Gasly fifth, Stroll sixth, Perez seventh, Norris eighth, Hulkenberg ninth, Ocon 10th, Piastri 11th, Joe 12th, Tsunoda 13th, Bottas 14th, Sargent 15th, De Vries in 16th. And then, yeah, again, retirements, Magnussen, Russell, Albon, Leclerc. And yeah, we are braced here for, and I'm sure a record crowd at the Australian Grand Prix is braced for something truly special. And obviously, brilliant weather in Melbourne. And I think I saw a couple of days ago that the attendance on Thursday at the track and on Friday was a record day. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that records have been broken attendance-wise. Obviously, Nib, my co-commentator, who will, I'm sure, join me for the next race on the calendar in Baku in 4 weeks' time. He is at the track right now. And if something crazy does happen, he will probably go into fucking overdrive. I don't know where he's sat. I think he might be sat at turn 11 is Nib. Yeah, I think he's at turn 11 or somewhere like that. But yeah, standing start procedure it will be. And guys, in just over 10 seconds, we will be back underway in Melbourne. Can Max Verstappen win the Australian Grand Prix for the first time in his career? It is so tantalisingly close, but there's still so much work to do. And there you go. Safety car leads the pack out, and it will be just one formation lap pretty much behind the safety car. Safety car will come in, and then it will be a standing start for 2 final racing laps. And this is going to be, yeah, something quite special. I hope, at least. Could, of course, be a massive anticlimax, but you never know what could happen. And that's the excitement, isn't it? You don't know what could happen. And obviously your imagination will run wild with the possibilities. As they're just coming through turn 4 on this... third formation lap, I guess you could call it, we've had today. And, yeah, Max is just coming up to the end of the first sector. So still got probably a couple minutes to go until, as a safety car now is bolting off into the distance. So Max now becomes the safety car, the lead car, the pace car. Yeah, still probably another couple minutes until the lights go out. And yeah, sorry, I was silent there for a second. I was just imagining what is going to happen. I cannot wait for this to get going again. Please be something good. Please. We need, it's already been a really dramatic race, but even more drama on top would be, yeah, just absolutely brilliant. As the front of the field now are in the final sector of the lap. As Lewis Hamilton trying to get those tyres fired up. 103 race wins in F1. Hasn't won a race in a year and a half. 2021 Saudi Arabian Grand Prix in early December of that year was the last time Lewis Hamilton won a race. Obviously, has won the most races in Formula 1. Can he deliver when it matters, which is something he is so good at doing, and win 104 of his truly amazing career? as Verstappen and Hamilton round the final corner, and so is Alonso now, with Carlos Sainz behind and Pierre Gasly. And we will be back underway very shortly. And I'll just tick it over, the lap counter to lap 57. And just to confirm, guys, it is a standing start. It is not a rolling start. It is a standing start. And Verstappen has positioned his car and is pointing his car right at Hamilton. And is going to try immediately and cover him off as the final few cars line up now. Let's hope for an exciting restart here in Melbourne as the lights come on. 2 lights, 3 lights, 4, 5 lights. And the restart is go in Melbourne, and Max Verstappen gets a better start this time, but Hamilton still having a look. Will Alonso go round the outside? He thinks about it as, oh no, Gasly and Alonso has been hit, I think, by, massive crash. May as well just end the race. Everybody's off the track. Alonso, Stroll's gone off as well. They're all piling off the track. None of them have got any tyre temperature. And surely that is the end of the race. Gasly out of the race. I think Ocon is out as well. Stroll was in the gravel trap. I don't know if he's got going again. Yeah, both Alpines are parked next to each other. And wow, that maybe we will get another lap then. Because it's lap 57. And actually, no, I don't think they will. I think that the race will finish because once they come back to the pit lane, that'll tick over another lap onto lap 58. And then that'll be it because they won't be able to get going again. And there's 2 cars in the gravel trap. Looks like Sargent and De Vries. They will be classified finishers, but we've only got, by the looks of it, 11 cars finishing. And Alonso down to 10th. What a disaster. And Sainz is 3rd. Hulkenberg is in 4th place. What a hilarious restart by the drivers there. Just everyone crashing by the looks of it. So Alonso, he was tagged by Sainz. He was tagged by Sainz. Alonso then spun. And need to see Sainz is on board to say whether that was he caused a collision. Perez went super deep. Gasly went off. Yeah, Gasly and Perez both went off. De Vries and Sargent had an accident on their own by the looks of it. And then one of the Alpines, I think actually both Alpines might have crashed into each other. And then Lance Stroll then just went sailing off at turn 3. Here's a replay from Ocon's on board as the cars come back in, and I'm pretty sure that is the end of the race. And yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah, Ocon has spun Gasly and both cars out of the race. So Ocon, I'm not sure whether we can say yet he took Gasly out, but both Alpines crashing into each other, and they are both obviously done in this race. And I'm pretty sure this race is over. Just waiting to confirm the order, though. So just bear with me as they're replaying basically through every onboard of that replay. Yeah, Perez and Gasly went wide. And Perez was lucky not to collect anyone when he came back on the track. And McLaren there, Piastri, and yeah, the Alpine. Oh, Perez got hit, I think, almost by debris. That's really scary. And Sainz. I need to see Carlos Sainz on board to determine whether he caused a collision. So, hold your hats, guys, because Sainz might get a penalty. And if he does get a penalty, guess who will get their first ever F1 podium? Nico Hülkenberg. Wow. How incredible would that be? And yeah, the two Alpines did take each other out. What a disaster for Alpine. It was all looking so great. And then Gasly, yeah, out of the race. So, let me just do the order. So, it's Verstappen, Hamilton, Sainz, and then Hülkenberg. Tsunoda is in 5th. And then it's Norris in 6th. And here is a replay of Alonso, his on board. They need to show Sainz on board, though, because we can't see really here, you know, whether Carlos was truly at fault for that or whether it's just a coming together. So please, Mr. Director, show Alonso, Carlos Sainz on board. That would be fantastic. And Alonso on the radio there. And on the radio for quite a while, so obviously having an absolute rant and rave. I'm pretty sure Norris is 6th, and then it's Piastri in P7. Why are they not showing Sainz on board? Come on, we don't care about Gasly. We get it, he crashed with his teammate. He didn't hit Alonso. And I think Gasly, I'm not sure if Gasly had any damage to the rear of his car, but yeah, it was Ocon that finally turned him around and put both of them in the wall. And why are they not showing Sainz on board? I don't understand why. I really don't understand why. That's the onboard we need to see. Because, yeah. So Bottas is 9th, and then it's Perez in 10th. And then Alonso 11th, Stroll 12th, and then everyone below, and then everyone from Gasly down is out of the race. So let me just quickly. I will let you know, by the way, what is going to happen. I'm pretty sure the race should be over. Unless they're going to do one final lap. But we're on lap 58 now, so I don't understand how we can do one final lap. I don't really... unless they're going to maybe apply some penalties now and then, you know, end the race. I don't really know. And what a disaster for Aston Martin. They're not going to score a point by the looks of it. So, well, Gasly, Ocon, Sargent, De Vries, Magnussen, Russell, Albon, and Leclerc all out of the race. So many retirements. So many silly pieces of contact, really. But we need to see Sainz is on board. Why are they not showing it? Come on. Oh, why are you showing a Williams on board? We don't care. It's really frustrating. Unless they've already shown it and I've just not seen. But I'm pretty sure they've not shown Sainz is on board, which I don't understand. They have access to all of the onboard cameras. Well, that's why Sargent's out of the race. He locked up and went straight into the back of De Vries and knocked both of them out of the race. So, yeah, there you go. And please show Carlos Sainz is on board. No. Just why? Because, and as well, you guys may be thinking, oh, you know, why is it important? Because if the onboard shows in a way that Carlos caused an avoidable collision, then a penalty should be applied, which would drop Carlos Sainz, well, out of the points pretty much. And would put, yeah, Hulkenberg on the podium with Tsunoda up in 4th place. So, yeah. I don't really know what we're waiting for at the minute. Will Chan saying Ferrari paid for no more onboards. But yeah, I mean, they're showing Sainz right now live, but can they show... can they not just show his onboard, please? They've got access to it. They have access to literally all of the onboards. So there's no excuse of, oh, we don't have it. Right. Well, I don't really know what to say, guys. One thing I can do, instead of it just showing us lap 58 out of 58, let me put that it is red flag. I don't really know what we're doing here. It's lap 50 out of 58. I don't see how we can restart this race. There's only 58 laps. We're on the 58th lap. And if we do a restart, it will be a 59th lap. You can't do more laps than the allocated amount unless the FIA really go out of their way to be just the most fucking stupid organization possible to do more laps than allocated, which is, you know, just another thing on its own, really, innit? So, I don't know what we're waiting for. I really don't know what we're waiting for. Are the FIA going to tell us anything? Are they going to let us know, like, what is actually going on? Are we going to restart the race? Is the race over? Like, could they please let us know what is going on? As usual, the FIA clearly don't give a fuck that there is a crowd watching and they would like to know what is actually going on. Yeah, we just sat here waiting for, I don't know, dusk. Ewok says countback situation. Why would they... would they need to do a countback? Yeah, why would they need to do a countback? Why can't they just end the race with the order as it is? I don't understand why. And replay of Stroll, and yeah, he just went deep at turn 3, fell off the track, and then was splashing in the mud, where Perez was yesterday in qualifying. And it was a shame for Stroll, because he was in 3rd place, and then he just went sailing off the track. But what a mental race this has been. Absolutely crazy. Almost half the field out of the race. Both Alpines, both Williamses, an AlphaTauri, a Haas, a Mercedes, a Ferrari, all out of the race. What a crazy field we have. But yeah, I don't understand why we need to have a countback. Brabham says they should have thought of this before the restart. Rivaldo says this race was epic, but why don't they just stop the race? It's over. What are they figuring out? Crystal Racing says count back with 2 laps back. They did at 2003 Brazil, which caused confusion over Fisichella's win. I don't understand. Well, if that's what they're doing, can they not at least tell us that's what they're doing? That they're trying to do a count back and figure out who is where? If they do a 2-lap count back, that means that certain... it'll go back to basically the order it was before the restart. So Verstappen will win from Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz, Gasly, Stroll, Perez, Norris, Hulkenberg, Ocon. That'll be the top 10 if that is the case. So I don't understand why what the delay is. I mean, it was, you know, pretty obvious what the order was. Again, just a poorly run series. Formula One is at times, because, you know, we should know, like, what is actually going on. Right. I'm trying to just have a look. See if there's anything on Twitter I can see, because the FIA are literally, you know, not telling us anything. So I don't really know what to say. But yeah, we're not seeing anything on the TV broadcast. I don't know what to say. But yeah. Karma says legacy of Abu Dhabi 21. Strolling down the gravel. The stroll. Are they trying to give out penalties? This is what I mean. This is why it's so poor. We literally don't know what is going on. We have not been notified as of anything. The last notification we had was that it was a red flag. Since then, we know literally nothing. So it's like, you know, come on. But we're not waiting around all day. Just fucking get on with it. Race control, restart order. So they're going to do a restart again. And they're going to put the cars in order of Verstappen first, then Hamilton, then Alonso, then Sainz, then Stroll, and then I don't fucking know at this point. I have no fucking idea what's going on. Who knows? Let's just, I don't know, restart the race, have one flying lap, and let's just end this. Jesus Christ, it's been a great race. It's been absolute chaos, but I've watched Formula One for a while. And I'll be honest, I have fucking zero idea what is going on right now. So yeah, I don't know if we're restarting or if that restart order was what they're going to have as the count back order. I have no idea. I have literally no idea what's going on right now. So yeah, don't ask me what's going on, because I have no clue. Let me check Twitter to see if there's if anyone can give me at least a clarification of what the fuck is going on. Right, so Chris Medland has tweeted. So, the race will resume behind safety car in the order of the previous start, minus the cars that are out of the race. There will be a rolling start, and as there is only one lap left, the checkered flag will be out as they come back across the line. So, the order will go back to what it was before the restart, and but minus the cars that are out of the race. So, it will be Verstappen as the winner, with Hamilton second, Alonso third, Sainz 4th. Stroll will finish in 5th. As they're now moving the cars into different positions now behind the safety car. So we'll be back underway, hopefully, in not too long from now. So yeah, Stroll will be 5th. 6th will be Perez. I'm pretty sure. And then it will be Norris 7th. Hulkenberg 8th. Piastri 9th. Zhou 10th. Tsunoda 11th and Bottas 12th. I think that's what the order will be. To be fair, what they have done is within the regulations, I think, because we are now on lap 58, and if they cross the line one more time, that will be the end of the race officially. Remember, guys, under a red flag, the time limit, obviously for a race is 2 hours, but the time is frozen during a red flag. So, yeah, we have not been going for 2 hours quite yet. So, yeah, they'll just do this restart. So it is within the rules. It just would have been better if they had communicated what the actual fuck was going on. So Alonso will get his podium. Aston Martin will get 25 points out of this race, and will be even, will pull out a gap, small gap, over Mercedes of 7 points. This will be great for McLaren. McLaren will score 8 points. That'll be, what do you call it? McLaren will actually go level on points with Alpine in the championship, and McLaren are actually going to go ahead of Alpine in the championship. McLaren will be 5th. I'm pretty sure, yeah. So I'm pretty sure I've got the order correct for what the restart will be. So yeah, McLaren will go back up, or go up to 5th in the championship. Haas F1 will go 7th, sorry. Behind McLaren and Alpine. Alfa Romeo will be in 8th place, I'm pretty sure. Actually, Alfa Romeo might be 7th, I think, just level on points with Haas, and only ahead because of alphabetical order. And then, yeah, so in terms of the championship, that's how it affects things. So it'll be great for McLaren. And, yeah, great for Alonso to still claim the podium. And to be honest, I think what they've done is the fairest thing to do. I think what they've done is fair. Because what happened on that restart was just pure silliness. Half the drivers completely forgot how to drive. There's Toto Wolff there talking to the Ferrari team boss, Fred Vasseur. Ferrari will score only 12 points from this race. At least they will not be under threat so much for Alpine. But, right, I think the 10-minute signal might have just been given. Possibly. I haven't seen it on the broadcast yet, but the drivers... There you go. Race will resume in about 10 minutes' time, so we will be back underway for the final lap. But the racing is over, guys. Yeah, the racing is now over. So it will finish, as it says on the left-hand side of my screen. Verstappen will win with Hamilton 2nd, Alonso 3rd, Sainz 4th, Stroll 5th, Perez 6th, and then Norris, Hulkenberg, Piastri, Zhou will complete the order. Tsunoda and Bottas will finish as the last two runners, 11th and 12th, and your retirements will be Gasly, Ocon, Sargent, De Vries, Magnussen, Russell, Albon, Leclerc. So yeah, we've just got to wait until we get going again. I won't post the link out again, obviously, because we're not going to have a proper restart. It's just going to be a formation finish. Really? Yeah, what a race. What an absolute mental race. So much craziness. And I did say at the start of the stream, the Australian Grand Prix normally is average or boring, or it is an absolutely crazy race. Today, we have got the craziness. And that has been wonderful to see. And, it's reminiscent of, that race, 15 years ago, 2008, where we only had, I think, like 7 cars actually finish the race for the final classification. And yeah, we've had, obviously, crazy races like that before in Melbourne. I think 2002 as well, we only had, like, 6 cars finish. And obviously that was the race where Mark Webber in the Minardi finished in 5th place. But Verstappen now getting back into his car. I'll just quickly have a quick drink before I call the end of this race. Alright, so there you go. Hopefully, won't have to any more drinks for the rest of the stream. Throat should be all good now. As we'll be back underway in, 7 minutes time? Something like that. So, Sainz penalty incoming. Well, if they're reversing the order to what it was before the red flag minus the cars out, I don't think they're going to give Sainz a penalty. I think they'll just pretend like it never happened. Right, just have a look on Twitter to see if there's any other pieces of news or clarifications that I need to quickly just read out. Right, so no, nothing. So yeah, race will resume, and Carlos Sainz has been given a 5-second penalty for causing a collision. So Carlos Sainz will drop to what? He'll be out of the points, surely. So Carlos, well, I haven't seen the onboard, so I can't say whether it's fair or not. And yeah, I think he's just been told over the radio that he's been given a penalty. And he's frustrated, obviously, about that. Again, FOM, it would be great if you could show us an onboard of Carlos with that accident. Here we go, finally. Jesus fucking Christ, it only took 30 minutes. Here we go. And to be honest, I think that's harsh. I think that's. I don't see what he really. Yeah, I don't think that should be a penalty. I don't see what he could have done. He didn't lock up. He didn't run wide. Really, he was completely online. He was fine. He didn't hit the curb that unsettles the car and pushes the car wider. If that's a penalty, then where's Lance Stroll's penalty for hitting Charles Leclerc? Do you know what I mean? It's that's not fair. That's not a penalty at all. Absolutely no way is that a penalty. You guys may disagree, but I don't think that's a penalty at all. He couldn't. The point of causing a collision is, could you have avoided it? I don't think he could have avoided that unless he just literally disappeared. So, yeah, I think that's complete bullshit. But there you go. I don't know where Sainz will drop to, but he's frustrated by the looks of it, and he should be. And yeah, Sainz looks pretty heated behind the helmet, and is I think frustratingly explaining, why he believes that he's not at fault. But I mean, what can Ferrari do really? I mean, they can appeal it, but they need new evidence, don't they? I think if you're gonna do an appeal, you need to provide new evidence that could, change the steward's decision making, and I don't see, there's no other evidence they could supply. But I think that's harsh. I don't think that's a penalty at all. He couldn't avoid him. He just couldn't avoid him. These cars are, they're just too wide, especially around a track like this, and especially into a corner like that. And yeah, I think that's really harsh. I don't think that's a penalty at all. And like I said, if that's a penalty, why doesn't Lance Stroll have a penalty? Because technically, he caused a collision as well by hitting Leclerc, even though Stroll couldn't have done anything about it. It was just a collision. It happens. Cars sometimes collide without there being a causing driver or whatever. So, yeah, I think that's complete bullshit. But the FIA for you. Karma says, don't know what Tifosi think, but Sainz ain't for Ferrari. I think to be honest, I think we need to be a bit fairer with Carlos, because this season, I mean, Bahrain, he wasn't great, I have to say. I thought Bahrain, his pace was definitely, in the race especially, quite lacking. Saudi Arabia in qualifying, I thought he was disappointing. In the race, though, I thought he did a good job, very good job to beat his teammate. I think he's done well today, Carlos. And yeah, I think he's done a good job for the team. Absolutely. But yeah, we'll be back underway shortly for the final lap of the 2023 Australian Grand Prix in the next minute or so, as the engineers now are going to take the tyre blankets off and let these cars get back out there. I will let you know where Carlos Sainz drops to with that penalty. But yeah, my view, that penalty, complete bullshit. So some of the crowd, I think, maybe getting ready to leave or preparing to invade the track, as they normally do here in Melbourne. And it is a great atmosphere when the track is invaded by the fans and they get to stand there for the podium. As, yeah, it'll be a rolling start, but because you can't overtake until the start-finish line, there'll be no racing. So, yeah, there's no chance, unless a driver falls off the track for whatever reason, there's no chance of the positions changing between now and the end of the lap. And we are, not yet, but I think surely in the next few seconds. There you go. We are underway for the final lap of the Australian Grand Prix. What a race it has been. It feels like we started a long time ago. 2.5 hours ago is when the race got going in Melbourne. And I need to quickly, actually, turn my TV off and back on, because, what do you call it? It's going to shut down because I haven't But it says no operation for a long time. So let me just quickly get things going again. But like I said, there's not going to be any racing. So don't worry, guys. But yeah, Max Verstappen. Let's talk about him, obviously, up until we get to the end of this race. Max Verstappen. Yeah. Poor start to the race. Overtook by the two Mercedes. The red flag definitely helped Red Bull a bit. And then obviously, once the race got going again, Verstappen was, again, had a poor start on the second restart. But thankfully kept second place. But Alonso was having a crack at him. And then, 2 or 3 laps later, past Lewis Hamilton. And from then on, nobody, obviously, has been able to get close to him. But I will say, what we've seen this weekend, Red Bull, they are still the best team. There is no doubt about that. But they are not that far ahead of the other teams as they were in Saudi Arabia. And we are just on this final lap. Verstappen is just warming his tyres up just to make sure he doesn't have a silly spin or anything. Because obviously it's possible that if he was to go off the track, then of course the other cars would be allowed to overtake him. Because if you do go off the track under a like a safety car condition or race restart, whatever you want to call it, if you do go off the track, the other cars are allowed at that point to overtake you because you are not in play. Obviously, he does need to keep the tyres warm. But Verstappen will just come to the line and win the Australian Grand Prix as he comes through the final corner now. And Max Verstappen will win the 2023 Australian Grand Prix for the first time in his career. Verstappen wins. Hamilton finishes second, with Fernando Alonso in third. And Carlos Sainz drops to last position, P12. So it will be Stroll in fourth, Perez fifth, Norris sixth, Hulkenberg seventh, Piastri eighth. What a home race result for him. Zhou ninth. Good result for him. Tsunoda 10th, Bottas 11th, Carlos Sainz in 12th, and your retirements: 2 Alpines, Gasly and Ocon, Logan Sargent in the Williams, Nick De Vries in the AlphaTauri, Kevin Magnussen in the Haas, George Russell in the Mercedes, Alex Albon in the Williams, and Charles Leclerc in the Ferrari. So there you go. That is the 2023 Australian Grand Prix over and done with. But make sure to stick around, guys, because I'll be reacting with you guys to the events of the race. And I want to hear from you guys as to what you thought of the race, what you think of the incidents, what did you think of, who were the drivers of the day. Let me know in the chat, and I will get to your comments as soon as I can. Let me just quickly start a poll in the chat, and then I will quickly get into my reaction. So what I'm going to ask is, who do you think is the driver of the day in Australia? And I'm trying to think, who should I go for? Verstappen, obviously, because he won. It's difficult. It is difficult. Verstappen. You know what? I'll throw Gasly in there. I know, obviously, he retired, but I don't think the retirement was his fault. So Gasly I'll put in there. Who else? And you know what? I'll put Norris and Hulkenberg as the other options, because I thought they both had really good races. So there you go. Let me know who was driver of the day. For me, I will go with, out of those four, I mean, Pierre Gasly did make the mistake of what do you call it? Of going deep on the restart. For me, it's really between Verstappen and Gasly. I think I'll probably go with. I'm probably going to go Verstappen just because, Gasly did have that poor restart at the end, went off the track, and then, wasn't his fault necessarily for being took out by Ocon, but it was a poor end to the race by him. But I'll go with Verstappen, but only just over Gasly. If Gasly had finished, though, I would have gone with Gasly for sure as the driver of the day. What a performance by him. And Alpine, despite a double retirement, they should be at least pleased that they've got a car to fight with this season. Anyway, come join us here to react to a crazy Australian GP. And I'll just quickly post the link out on Twitter, and then we'll get straight into it. And what I'll do is I'll go through the teams, give my thoughts, and then we'll get on to what you guys think in a second. And someone has just posted on Twitter, Twitter account Fastest Pit Stop that has 53,000 followers, has tweeted, and to continue the drama, Max Verstappen seems to be out of his starting position during the restart. Wow. Looking at the picture, that doesn't look conclusive, I have to say. Let me have a look. No idea. Anyway, I don't think we need any more toxicity and drama. I'm pretty sure that if Verstappen was out of his grid slot in a way that was definitely illegal, then he would have got caught up by the FIA there. Because it would have triggered like a sensor or something, or it would have not triggered, and that would have triggered, an investigation. Right, so come join us here to react to a crazy Australian Grand Prix. And absolutely crazy race. Let me just quickly do some hashtags. There you go. So all tweeted out, and then let's now get into it. So let me know in the chat, guys, what did you think of the race? Also, let me know, out of 10, what would you rate the race as? For me, I would go with a... What would I go? I'd probably go a 7 out of 10. I wouldn't quite go for an 8 or a 9, because really after Verstappen passed Hamilton, we didn't get too much drama up front, except for that, third restart at the very end. But it was a good race. Very good race. Not I mean, it will be remembered. It is maybe it's not a classic race, but it will be remembered for quite a while as being a pretty crazy race for just, so many retirements and weird, wonderful things happening. But a very good race, no doubt about it. And I'll go for probably a 7 or even a 7.5 out of 10. But anyway, let's get into it, and let me go through the teams and get into how they all got on today. And we'll start, of course, with Red Bull Racing. And Max Verstappen, as I described, on the final lap of the race. Poor start. Obviously, Russell, brilliant overtake on Verstappen to get the move done. And then Hamilton, brilliant move by him to get past Verstappen. And Max, at that point, looked as though he had a lot of work to do to be getting into the lead and winning this race. Thankfully, Mercedes made a strategic error by pitting George Russell under the safety car. And then obviously the red flag came out and that really cost Russell. And then on the second restart after the red flag, Verstappen, again, poor start, but wasn't quite poor enough to lose position to Alonso. But then, after, 2 or 3 laps, easily passed Lewis Hamilton with the DRS. And, was a brilliant restart, really. A brilliant restart after the start, if you know what I mean. Once he properly got going, a few corners into the race, he immediately got on the back of Hamilton, easily passed him, and then pulled away very easily. Did make a mistake, though, at turn 13, was it? So, yeah, wasn't the cleanest race, wasn't the greatest race from him. He definitely was not at his best today. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But he won the race. He did his job, just about. And that's all that matters. And Verstappen is now 16 points clear of Sergio Perez in second. So, looks good for Verstappen. And for Perez, good comeback drive. Obviously, the last overtakes he did was Norris and Hulkenberg. Some really good overtakes in the race from him, especially at turn 9 into the turn 9-10 chicane. Good overtakes, but didn't really do anything special. And then, ended up 5th in the end after all the craziness. And Perez is still second in the championship, by the way. Alonso is, I think, only 9 points behind him now in 3rd. But Perez still second. But Max really should now take charge of the championship, I think, at Red Bull, who win 3 out of 3 in 2023. Next up, the Ferrari team. And even though the race performance was definitely a lot better than I expected it to be, which is encouraging for the Ferrari team. It result-wise, and that's at the end of the day, Formula 1 and sport is about results. It was a poor result for them. Charles Leclerc, obviously, falling out of the race on the first lap. Not his fault, not Stroll's fault either, the driver he made contact with. But contact was made and then got beached in the gravel and was out of the race. Sad for him that happened. And then Carlos Sainz, after he made his pit stop under the safety car and then the red flag came out, had a bit of work to do to try and get after the cars ahead. Did some brilliant overtakes, I have to say, to get himself up the order, especially on Pierre Gasly for 4th place, I think it was, or 5th place, I think, actually, for Carlos Sainz at the time. Obviously, Russell then fell out of the race, I think, maybe like a lap after did Russell, if I remember correctly. And then, his pace was pretty good. He was only like a couple seconds behind Alonso, really, for the rest of the race up until the second red flag. Pierre Gasly, though, was right on his tail the whole time, obviously benefiting quite a bit from the 4 DRS zones. But, the Ferrari pace was better, absolutely, today than what we have seen in the first 2 races in the, with their race pace. But Carlos Sainz, obviously, on the restart, hitting Alonso, given a 5-second penalty. In my view, it was harsh. Not just harsh, I think completely wrong. I don't think that was... I don't think it was worth a penalty at all. I don't think Carlos Sainz could have done anything differently to avoid that accident. And the point of the whole causing a collision rule is punishing a driver that causes an avoidable collision. Could have what do you call it? Could Carlos Sainz have avoided that crash? I don't think he could have. I just think, again, it was like the Stroll and Leclerc incident on the first lap. Contact was made. And even to a degree, like the, Ocon and De Vries contact, I think, on the restart of the race as well. Again, contact was made. Nobody was at fault, really. And there was nothing that could have been done about it. So, what more can you say than that? Obviously, in my weekend review tomorrow night, I will, with a bit more analysis, explain why I believe that Carlos Sainz, did not deserve that penalty, and for me, should be finishing in 4th place, but he's not. Ferrari score 0 points, and with Aston Martin scoring 25 points, Mercedes scoring 18 points, Ferrari are pretty much, at this point, out of the fight for second in the championship, and are lucky, even though Sainz's penalty, I think, is incorrect, they are lucky that Alpine had their accident at the end, because if Alpine had ended up scoring like 10 points or so, Alpine would have closed the gap to like 8 points or something between them and Ferrari, and now the gap remains at 18 points between those two teams. So, yeah, Ferrari still not in a great position, but the pace was better than expected, which is a plus. I think I'd definitely say that. But yeah, Sainz's penalty was incorrect, but yeah, 12th and a retirement for Ferrari. In the end, a poor result for the team, and still they wait for a podium in 2023. One team, though, getting their first podium of the year is Mercedes-Benz, and the man on screen, we'll start with him quickly, because obviously he did retire after, nearly 20 laps or so into the race. Yeah, George Russell, an amazing start, brilliant move into turn 1, taking the initiative, getting the lead, and then was leading very well. And then, Mercedes made the wrong decision by pitting him under the safety car right before the red flag then came out for the gravel. By the way, with that gravel and the red flag that came out for it, it is the right decision, because it can be dangerous for the cars in terms of grip. And, it will take a while, 2 or 3 laps at the very least to actually clear away. So I think the red flag was correct. And I know people complain, red flag for gravel. Well, there's a lot of gravel on the track. Yes, it is the right decision. So, yeah, that's what I think. And clearly the FIA think that's well, and I think it is the right decision. But yeah, Russell then, was, I think, restarting in 7th place. Had a great restart, got straight up to 5th, right behind Gasly. Then he passed Gasly, but then had, quite a bad engine failure on the pit straight. And in the end is where he ended up pulling over and breaking down. Hold on. I'll have a look, see what you guys are saying on the chat about penalties. I'm going to try and not get distracted too much. George Russell then obviously had his engine fail, and that was him out of the race. Really a shame. His team screwed him over big time today. Really did not deliver well enough for him, because he was clearly delivering a great job for the team. And for Lewis Hamilton, great drive. Good start, great move on Verstappen into turn 3, and then did his best really to defend against Verstappen on the couple laps after the restart of the race after the first red flag. But that Red Bull with the DRS open is just way too quick. And then after that, Lewis Hamilton's pace was pretty good, and Mercedes' pace compared to Red Bull, really not that bad. They were only, on average, I think about 3, maybe 4 tenths of a second at most, slower than Red Bull. That is good. That is really good. So, yeah, Mercedes should be happy that they have made quite a bit of progression, because in Saudi Arabia, in the race, they were, I think, 9/10 of a second per lap slower, and here, at least half a second closer. Yeah, Mercedes definitely should be happy with the improvements that clearly have been made to this car. And let's hope those upgrades at Imola really work for them. But yeah, great job by Lewis Hamilton especially. I thought he really did a great job in the race today and got the best out of himself and the car. And Lewis Hamilton is now 4th in the championship and is only, I think, 7 points behind Fernando Alonso. So Hamilton having a good start to the season. Definitely hasn't quite been at his best so far. It's not the absolute best Lewis Hamilton we're seeing at the minute, but he's definitely doing better than he was at the start of 2022. There is no doubt about that. Aston Martin, we'll go on to them. Aston Martin, good result, 3rd and 4th, 27 points. That is, massive for the Aston Martin team. And they now have a comfortable-ish gap to Mercedes behind of 9 points. And then, obviously to Ferrari, Aston Martin, I think now I think almost 40 points clear of the Ferrari team. So Aston Martin in a great position, great result. Alonso 3rd for the 3rd race in a row in 2023. Brilliant job by him. Aston Martin, I think, were probably quicker than Mercedes today in the race, but Alonso, because of the lack of straight line speed of the Aston Martin, he couldn't close the gap enough to Hamilton to get that DRS, and that's really what the issue was for Aston Martin this weekend. But a good result, good podium for Alonso, and did a great job as always. And of course, we'll see in Baku how he gets on, a track that he is good around, but maybe not as good as other circuits on the calendar. His teammate Lance Stroll, though, I gotta say, I think is a bit lucky to finish in 4th place. One, because Sainz, I don't think, deserved the penalty, and obviously Gasly, having his having his accident at the end, being took out by Ocon, really not great for him. But Lance Stroll was getting mugged off left, right, and centre. Getting passed by Albon on the first lap. Then on the restart was passed by Gasly and Russell around the outside of turn 1. And then after that, on the 3rd restart or start of the race, he got up to 3rd and then went sailing deep at turn 3 and got into the gravel. Thankfully, they basically did a count back and put him into a better position. But yeah, Stroll, I think, was pretty poor today. And I think he's very lucky to finish in 4th place, I have to say. And I think Stroll now is, I think, level on points with Sainz in the championship. And I think is actually ahead of Sainz in the championship in 5th. So that's good for Stroll. Top 5 in the championship. Nobody expected that after 3 races. But yeah, I thought Stroll was pretty poor today. And just wasn't really quite getting the best out of the car. And was, as Crystal Racing says in the chat, carried by a rocket ship. But great result for the team. And let's hope in Baku we'll see some better performance from them. A lot of slow speed corners there. And this Aston Martin car really good in the slow speed corners. Obviously got a very high speed first and final sector, which will hurt them a bit. But yeah, look forward to seeing them in Baku. And as well with Lance Stroll, obviously he is normally pretty quick around Baku. So watch out for Stroll. Might be right on the pace of Alonso in Azerbaijan at the end of April. But, right, we'll now go on to Alpine, who to be honest, I think we can say now a front-running team of sorts. Pierre Gasly was right up there with Hamilton, Alonso, Sainz, hanging on to the back of Sainz, and was only, before the red flag came out for the second time, he was only like 3 or 4 seconds away from the podium. So that Alpine car is no longer, as far as I'm concerned, a midfield car. It is now a front-running car. What I consider, by the way, to be a front-running car is not necessarily a car that can win a race. It's a car that can legitimately, on pace, contend for a podium. And that's what Alpine showed today. Gasly, yeah, his pace was good. Was right up there with Alonso, Hamilton at times, and obviously Carlos Sainz. And despite what happened at the end, and maybe the relationship will between Gasly and Ocon will take a bit of a hit. Despite what happened at the end, I think Alpine should be very much buoyed by, the result, or not the result, but by the pace and performance shown in the race today, because it was really good. It was really, really good. And as long as, I think, at least in qualifying this season, if they can deliver a bit more in qualifying and can mix it to a certain extent with your Ferraris and, say, an Aston Martin or a Mercedes, then I think Alpine are absolutely in that fight with those type of teams. I think Alpine are, like I said, I don't think they're a midfield team anymore. I think they're now a front-running team. Good to see them more as a front-running team now. Obviously, last year were competitive, but were still pretty midfield, I would say, in 2022. But Pierre Gasly, great drive by him. He was awesome today. That's the best performance today from Gasly that I think I've seen from him in probably since 2021, to be honest. So yeah, great job by Pierre. Esteban, yeah, poor race, really. Pace really was quite poor, and was obviously at war a bit with a couple drivers out there. So poor race from him. Very poor weekend. Esteban, we know, is capable of more than what he showed. But yeah, encouraging signs from Alpine, performance-wise. And in Baku, I don't see why they can't be mixing it in the top 6, top 7. I don't see why they can't be right up there. People in the chat talking about max 5-second penalty. But I think people are just trying to maybe speak things into existence. I just saw a tweet from Tomo. What was it he said? Because I was agreeing with the first part of it. And yeah, Tomo said he's on the line, not over it, so it's fair cop, right? And yeah, to me, I don't see I don't see an issue. I really don't see an issue. As usual, people looking for controversy and looking to stir, as usual. Anyway, let's now go on to, I'd say, yeah, the midfield teams. And yeah, it's good, by the way, to say and see that we've got 5 front-running teams in Formula 1. And these regulations are working 100%. I don't care what anyone says. They're working. Last year, the only front-running teams we had, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, Alpine, McLaren. I mean, we're decent, but they weren't on their level, really. And look at Alpine today with a worse driver lineup. Gasly was mixing it with some of the best out there and was, very close to a podium. And Aston Martin obviously made the improvements they have made. So yeah, please do not tell me, anyone out there, that these regulations are not working. I know Red Bull are still pretty dominant, but yeah, the regulations are working just fine. And as long as they just leave the regulations alone until the end of 2025, I think we could get the field being super, super close. And I cannot wait to see what it'll be like going into those seasons. Anyway, let's go into the midfield teams. McLaren, Their pace today was pretty good, I have to say. I think we have to admit they did get a bit lucky with how things played out. Obviously finishing 6th with Norris. I don't think obviously they were that quick in the race today. Obviously Russell's engine failure, and a bit of craziness at the end with the Alpines and Sargent. Not Sargent de Vries because they weren't really contending with Norris, but you get what I mean. There was definitely some luck in there, but I think Lando did deserve to finish in the points still. Maybe not as finishing 6th, but yeah, it was a good drive from him. Oscar Piastri as well, good effort from him. Still clearly behind Norris, as to be expected though, because he's never raced around here before, but now he's had one race around here. Be interesting to see how he gets on in 2024. And I'm really hoping, and I'm sure, that he'll be a lot more competitive next year. But McLaren are now in are 5th in the championship, amazingly. Then they're ahead of Alpine by 4 points. And if McLaren in Baku, with these upgrades, if they improve their car by, say, 3/4 of a second, we could probably throw McLaren into that front-running team discussion as well. Because, I think Alpine are absolutely a front-running team. I think they showed that today, that they have the ability to have the pace to contend for podiums. And with McLaren, yeah, if they can make those improvements to get on par even quicker than Alpine, then you've got McLaren up there as well. So, again, I said this earlier, there is still a lot to be excited about in 2023. After Red Bull, the field is really close. Really, really close. It's just a shame that Red Bull are so still quick compared to the rest. Because if they weren't, and they were on the same pace as Aston Martin and Mercedes, this would basically be like the 2012 season where literally anything could happen. That's how close it is, really, throughout the field, and it's great to see. But yeah, McLaren, great result, and yeah, 5th in the championship. And we'll see what their upgrades can do for them in Baku, and let's hope it improves their car as much as possible, because it would be great to see McLaren get up there. Let's now go into the Alfa Romeo team. Obviously, Zhou Guanyu finishing in 9th place, Valtteri Bottas finishing in P11. Got to say, even though, bit of luck involved with Zhou finishing in the points, good effort from Zhou this weekend to out-qualify and outrace his teammate, and quite comfortably outrace his teammate. And I think Zhou did a good job this weekend. I don't think Zhou really could have done any better than what he did, given his talent level. So yeah, good job by the Chinese driver. And yeah, finished in 9th place. Couple points for Alfa Romeo, and that puts them... I don't think they're definitely not 6th in the championship anymore, but they are, I think, now in 8th place, I believe, because Haas have overtaken them and are a point ahead, I'm pretty sure. McLaren obviously have overtaken them because McLaren today have scored 12 points. So yeah, Alfa Romeo, despite that points finish, down to 8th in the championship, which is more so where they deserve to be, because they're not really, one of the top 6 teams in Formula 1, and that result in Bahrain was an outlier, really, I have to say. So yeah, they did well to finish in the points, but yeah, can't really say much more than that. Still, poor pace from Alfa Romeo, and they will need to improve a lot if they're actually going to finish in the points on pure pace. Haas F1, big shout out to Nico Hülkenberg. What a race from him. P7, and was actually in 4th place after the madness behind, or not the madness behind anything, but the madness on the 3rd start of the race. The 2nd restart, was in a great position after that, where he was up in 4th place. Obviously dropped down once they redid the order. in a more fair way, and obviously within the regulations, did a count back pretty much. As just seen a replay of was it Corinne Chandok is doing a what do you call it? Is doing a SkyPad analysis of Sainz's crash with Alonso, and when I look at it, I just don't see how that's a penalty. He's turning right, he's trying to avoid him, and Alonso, fair enough, he just continues driving on, and going through the exit of the corner. But yeah, I just don't see how it's a penalty. I really don't see how that's a penalty. What was I going to say? Yeah, great job by Hulkenberg. The Haas team were saved a bit with the red flag at the end because their tyres were starting to fall off. But Hulkenberg has been one of the stars of the season so far. There is no doubt about that. He's been, he started in the top 10 of all 3 races so far. So great job by the German driver. And Hulkenberg is, I think, level on points with Leclerc in the championship in 11th place, maybe. I'm not sure. Yeah, fantastic from Hulkenberg. And that puts Haas F1 now up to 7th in the championship. And that's a good position. Are they up to 7th? No, they're still in 7th. But obviously, McLaren have overtaken them. But they've overtaken Alfa Romeo. And that's why they still, in the end, are in P7. But yeah, great job by Hulkenberg. Magnussen, though, poor race, poor weekend. Magnussen needs to pull his finger out because he's been really poor this season, I'm afraid. AlphaTauri were really slow today and really lucky to finish at the points of Yuki Tsunoda in P10. Yeah, Tsunoda was dropping back so quickly through the field during the mid part of the race. Had a massive train of cars behind him and was at one point, I think, was he in like 14th, 15th? And was, nowhere near it. The pace was awful. AlphaTauri were just so bad today. Don't know why, because qualifying they looked pretty decent. But yeah, zero pace. And yeah, lucky to finish in the points. At least Tsunoda, though, for the hard work he put in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia in trying to get a point and just missing out, I guess deserves to get a point in that way. And Nick De Vries obviously was punted out of the race by Sargent. I think was probably a slight bit more at fault for the collision with Esteban Ocon on the restart of the race, I think on lap 9 or lap 10. So yeah, poor race from De Vries, but even if he didn't make that mistake, he wouldn't have done that well because AlphaTauri were really slow. Really slow. So yeah, a good point for them. I mean, they are still, are they still last in the championship? I'm not sure they are, actually. I think they might be ahead of Williams on alphabetical order, but yeah, a really poor pace, and that is quite alarming to see after what seemed to be quite an improvement in qualifying. And finally, the Williams team, and what could have been? Really, what could have been for Alex Albon if he had not made that mistake? Because with, Russell's engine blowing up, Magnussen making his mistake, and the red flag stuff at the end, obviously, Albon's accident caused the red flag, so maybe those things at the end wouldn't have happened. But I think Magnussen and Russell's issues probably would have still happened. Alex Albon probably could have finished in 6th, 7th, 8th. So yeah, bottled really what would have been a big result for the team. Logan Sargent was pretty poor, I've got to say, in the race. Had no pace at all. And then really poor mistake in taking himself and Nick De Vries out of the race. And Williams are now last in the championship, amazingly. But again, if you're a Williams fan, don't be too down because the pace of the Williams car at the minute is easily good enough, I think, to score points this season. So yeah, definitely don't get too down if you are a Williams fan. Just seeing a tweet from Albert Fabrega, who is an F1 journalist, saying, at the moment there is no open investigation into Verstappen's position in the restart. The yellow line is just a reference to help pilots or drivers. Obviously, it's a translation from Spanish. The white box is the reference. They can even step on it, and then puts in brackets the white one. So, yeah. I don't think there is going to be a penalty for Max. And I've not seen conclusive evidence to suggest that he did break the rules. I've just seen Ted Kravitz, as said on Sky F1, that Haas could try and protest the result. And looks like they might try and get Hulk that podium. I don't see how they could protest it. What the FIA did was within the regulations. You are allowed to do a count back, and then the race effectively was over anyway when they did that final lap. So I think the FIA will be fine on that. Obviously, you know, Haas want to get Hulkenberg's podium, but yeah, I don't think that's going to happen because it'll really mess around the order. Anyway, let's go back to these pictures. And I think, guys, I'm going to end the poll in the chat where I asked you guys who was driver of the day for the Australian Grand Prix. You guys with 50% of the vote, 129 votes in total. You guys, yeah, with 50% of the vote voted for Max Verstappen, with Hulkenberg second, Norris third, and Pierre Gasly in fourth place. A bit surprised you guys have not, rated Gasly's performance, but, you know, that's your opinion at the end of the day. Just looking at Twitter quickly to see if there's any news. One thing, can I just say one thing that, and obviously not all of you guys are on, say, F1 Twitter, or on Twitter, period. The F1 community is so fucking toxic, honestly. Some of the tweets I've been seeing during the race are just so, like, crybaby and childish about, oh, this red flag is wrong, but, they end up bringing up, and they always find a way to bring up Abu Dhabi 2021, which is basically the worst thing that's ever happened ever. I mean, don't get me wrong. What happened in that race was absolutely wrong and unfair. But every time there is, an FIA decision that maybe is up for debate, it constantly gets brought back up. It's so fucking boring. And honestly, I wished that Twitter didn't exist. And so I wish I could go back, honestly, to 10 years ago, as Ted Kravitz has confirmed that Haas will protest the result of the race. Well, I ain't staying on for any. I ain't staying on to wait for that resulting investigation, to be honest. Yeah. Let me just see. Someone's saying on Twitter they're probably going to argue that since the penalty was given to Sainz, they couldn't reset the starting order, so Hulk is P4, but with Sainz pen P3. Yeah. There you go. We'll see what happens with that. But yeah, it's just so annoying. With the whole constantly bringing up Abu Dhabi. It's like I wish that race, I wish that season never happened in a way, because it was such an exciting season, so many great moments, such a brilliant classic year of racing. And whenever I think back to it, I don't think that positively of it, because the toxicity online during that year and since then has been so bad that being a part of the community is so depressing a lot of the time. And what I was going to say is I really wish, obviously, you know, what I do here with you guys here on the channel, I absolutely love. And YouTube is definitely, you know, not as toxic and all of that when it comes to like Twitter. Twitter is just so fucking annoying. But I do wish we could go back to a time that, you know, or when I started watching Formula One, where social media wasn't really, you know, talked about and didn't really have an effect or anything like that, and we can just enjoy things. So Ted Kravitz on Sky has said that Haas are protesting the result due to a procedural error with the safety car lines. Well, yeah, I don't know what to say. I honestly don't know what to say. But I'm assuming we won't hear anything in regards to, you know, whether the protest will be successful. We probably won't hear anything for another couple hours anyway, at least. So, yeah, I'm definitely not going to be continuing streaming. I just saw Carlos Sainz on his penalty said, quote, "Tell them it is unacceptable. They need to wait until the race is finished and discuss with me. Please, please, please. Please ask them to wait and discuss with me. Clearly the penalty is not deserved. It's too severe." One thing that is also, what do you call it? One thing that is also really wrong, which I am going to point out tomorrow, is, so the order was put back into the order that it was before the final restart, minus the cars that were out of the race. So effectively, they didn't count what happened after lap 56 in terms of, you know, the position changes with the cars that actually did in the end finish the race. But if that's, you know, what they decided to do, then why are they giving Sainz a penalty if they just reset the order anyway? Like, it also doesn't make sense in that way. It really, yeah, it doesn't. I think also with this Verstappen grid position thing, I think people need to remember, if you go and look back at the third restart, Max was not parked in his grid slot in the normal way. He was parked in a way that was pointing towards Hamilton to cover him off. So from certain angles, it may look like he's out of his, you know, grid hatching or whatever, but no, I don't think he is, to be honest. But right, just trying to see if there's any more news I can bring you guys. Just trying to have a look on Twitter to see if there's any other news. What I've seen someone on Twitter make a point that what is it? That the red flag came out for the third restart. The red flag came out and was issued before Verstappen, the leader, completed the first sector. Therefore, and obviously none of the cars completed the first sector. Therefore, you can't take the order for what it was at the first sector because no sectors were complete. No sectors were complete by the when the red flag came out. So I would be surprised if Haas ended up on the podium. It might happen, maybe it does. Who fucking knows? But to be honest, I'm pretty knackered, and if we get obviously if we get a massive change to the finishing result, obviously I will go over it, guys, tomorrow in my stream. And just an update, this is what the plan is for the next week or so. So tomorrow I will be live for my weekend review of the Australian Grand Prix. Looks as though there is going to be plenty to talk about in that review tomorrow night. And there will be probably a couple recorded videos coming out of that stream. So yeah, plenty of content coming up next week. And then on Friday, the 7th of April, which is Good Friday here in the UK, I will be live again for another stream. The topic still to be confirmed. I will confirm it on the day of as to what the stream will be about. But those are the next two streams coming up on the channel. And guys, that is it for the Australian Grand Prix weekend. Like I said, I will go over all the big talking points tomorrow. Tomorrow evening, and I will get into all of the debated talking points that we can already see so far are being talked about in the community. So make sure to come along to that stream tomorrow evening to have your say, essentially, on what you thought of the big talking points from Australia. But guys, thank you so much for coming along. Been great to have you along. And as usual, if you are new to the channel, don't forget to smash the like button for more content like this. And don't forget to subscribe for more content like this. That would be great. And as well, don't forget, if you want to keep up to the with the content on my channel, to follow me on Twitter at ChazHD5 and join our Discord server. Link below in the description for more content like this. But until my stream tomorrow evening, which will be getting into the all of the absolute craziness in this race. Plenty of topics we'll have for tomorrow's stream. Until my weekend review tomorrow, 8 PM UK time, it has been me, ChazHD. Goodbye.